Oh, goodness. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Hello. Let's get that out of the way. Oh, I hope you're all doing well. Oh. Whew. It has finally happened. We are finally at the point where there is no more embargoes. Well, that matter. So I can now officially talk to you guys about anything and everything, and it's so nice. Because boy, do I hate knowing stuff, not being able to chat about it. It's so much more fun being able to talk about it. First things first, let's say hello to everybody today. Mornington Crescent over on Twitch, good to see you, sir. We've got Scrappy Bristol, Jake Wu, Soru92 also on Twitch, hello, hello. Dean Smith Holly, Ass Goblin, nice. EA Diaz, Travis Bruno, William King, Citizen Kane, The Mean Dean, Mamba King. Let's see, Zorilius, Brandon Miller, Zahando, Jake Wu, Hashit's Champion, Michael, Krenicki, Siegel, Undertaker, Tommaso Bertoglio. Oh my gosh, Tommaso Bertoglio. Tommaso Bertoglio. Next Ogre Q&A tomorrow. I was gonna have the new Ogre Q&A out today, but I got super distracted working on something else. Alright, I need to know, do the interrogation abilities stack on Mistwalker units? Bag of Sunshine? I think they do, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they would. So, like, if you had a greenskin captive being interrogated and a Vampire Coast captive being interrogated, I believe both of their effects would do that.
I fight for the great. None can best me in battle.
Alright, and we're gonna do Mortal Empires, because I think Imrik's Mortal Empires campaign is, like, super duper fun. And we'll just leave it on hard. There's no reason to do very hard. I'm not trying to unlock an achievement. Alright, I hope everyone's doing well today. I just remembered I need to take my pills, so let me do that real quick. Sotek, can I have your autograph? Sure, send me something to sign and I'll send it back or something. I need to get a P.O. box. You can have my spiritual signature as of right now. You're so tired of joggers, so as long as they're staying far away. Practicing that social distancing. Does Grom worship the Bad Moon? I mean, Grom would acknowledge it. I don't think he would actively worship it. It is hard. Being a regular goblin, Grom's probably a lot more interested in the evil sun than he is in the Bad Moon. But all goblins know about the Bad Moon, because the Bad Moon is Morslib, which is unironically a bad moon. Are the named dragons from the lore made up? I think they're all from the lore, but many of them are probably from literal snippets. Christian, that's terrifying. Please, I mean, I'm not gonna stop you, but... Alright, with the skies above Caledor no longer ringing to the roars of dragons, Prince Imrik searches the world for the last of the mighty drakes still not suppressed by slumber. As the forces of destruction continue to thrive outside Ulthuan's borders, his efforts are needed now more than ever. The very fate of the world tied to the Asur whether they like it or not. Imrik's pride is also at stake, for the Dragon Prince yearns to restore his realm's eminence amongst the High Elves. And we'll let him have his little intro speech. Is Imrik supposed to be blonde in the lore? I want to say, yeah, he's blonde. I'm pretty sure he's blonde. His original, his 6th edition model, he's blonde, I'm pretty sure. which was his last model ever released. Because Imrik got the boot in 7th edition and was not playable again until the book 3 of the End Times. And even then, they kind of phoned it in.
Prince Imrik.
All right, we'll let this dude talk.
You have arrived at the Plain of Bones, ancient graveyard of the dragons, to honor their dead and seek the wisdom of those still roaming the world. Few relics are left, for dark magic once took hold of this place. Furthermore, the dwarfs have committed sacrilege in seeking the dragon's treasures, wantonly despoiling their remains. You must punish their gold lust and purge them from their mountain holds. But be on your guard. Other nearby Dawi will not take this lightly and may seek vengeance. There is dark, ancient power to be found in the south. Though you may think twice before meddling here, it may be necessary. For in the distant ocean, a formidable black ark of the Druki has been spotted. Its business unknown. Noble dragon prince, these are wild and untamed lands, infested by greedy Dawi, twisted greenskins, and other more secretive vermin. Come what may, the Knights of Caledor must prevail.
Alright. So we're here to take over the world and tame a bunch of super dragons while we're doing it.
By the White Tower.
What kind of trait did we get? Dampener. That's okay. I was kind of hoping we would get Incendiary, but...
What do you require?
Weird the Dragon Isles are not inhabitable. That's because, well, they're jungle. The Dragon Isles are more named for the lizardmen that live there, not actual dragons. Alberto, hello, hello. How do the bond of the High Elves work with dragons? It has to do with the fact that the High Elves, thanks to Caledor Dragon Tamer, who was like the biggest deal among the Asur when it came to magic, he discovered a really potent form of magic known as the Dragon Song, which kind of allowed the High Elves to communicate with the dragons and establish a bond with them that allowed them to be used as mounts, because it's kind of like a magical bond that allows them to be in sync with one another. Can Imrik tame dragon ogres? No. Oh, goodbye, dwarves.
Step back.
Alright, in this place we want control of.
Join the kingdom of dragons.
Should I sack it first?
They cannot remain a threat.
Sure.
I am their doom.
Sacred Incense. Oh, that's nice. Missile resistance. Let's hop into Blessed Stance. Yes, I am still using my mod for 2 skill points on Lords only. We got the Dragon Horn right at the start. Beautiful. How strong are forest dragons compared to other dragons? Forest dragons are probably one of the physically weaker ones. Not the absolute weakest, but they're like a little further down the totem pole. But they make up for it because most of them are magically bound to the forest that they come from. So they tend to be, A, they tend to have magical traits and abilities, and B, they're venomous. And anything venomous is super scary. Mongo's big thanks. Thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Really appreciate it. Hail to Sotek. You've had some damn awesome content these last few months. Glad I can watch this stream. Well, thanks for being here, my dude. What does Vorag's landmark do? I'll show you. So, the Fortress of Vorag, this is available to pretty much everybody. But it gives you income, it lowers construction cost, and it gives a much improved garrison. The downside is that it gives you problems. It gives you... I just bit my tongue. It gives you vampiric corruption. Am I going to Confederate Caledor? Yes. Alright, so once we occupy, raise, or sack 6 different settlements, we gain the ability to confederate. And we're definitely going to do that. Alright, but now we're going to take Darkhold. Darkhold is the most important settlement for Imrik, because Darkhold has this! The Graves of the Dragons, which gives you a bunch of sexy bonuses, lowers upkeep for dragons and dragon princes, and at rank 3 allows you to recruit dragon princes, which is absolutely amazing. Does this make Snikch's campaign more difficult? Yeah, but Snikch is so blatantly overpowered, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal for him. Let's go for Wary, so the Skaven will not be able to ambush us that easily. Get Fireball on our Mage. I'll probably replace that Mage if we can get an Incendiary one, but that won't be for a while, so we'll go ahead and keep leveling her up. As if we were going to keep her. Daddy needs more troops. And we do need to try and get some more influence, because if we have enough influence when we confederate Caledor, then we will be able to take it without pissing off all the other High Elves. When is the Gnomes lore video? Not for a long time.
Caledor's champion.
There are many other things to do first.
Glory awaits.
Alright, so we're going to chase after those dwarves so we can complete the province. And we will just ruthlessly pursue them until we wipe out this clan. And then we will deal with the rats.
Boundless courage.
Also, just a note, starting tomorrow, I'll put a vote up for it tonight when we finish the stream. But starting tomorrow morning, we're going to be doing a full playthrough of a live stream campaign. I don't know, we might just do it from start to finish. So like start it tomorrow and then go all the way until it's done. That way everyone can get to see it from start to end and it'll be easy to follow. But regardless, I'm going to be doing giveaways when that time comes. So there will be copies of Grom and the Paunch going out. So that's just an FYI. The stream is probably going to start at, if I had to guess, it's probably going to start at like 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. But I'll have a concrete number for you guys by the end of the stream. I love this guy's color scheme. Having like red and white dragon princes is so good. St. Augustine, yeah, we can look into something in the future. Would Imrik ever team up with the Lizardmen? Yeah. I mean, Imrik is so over-the-top arrogant that it's, like, it's borderline, like, a disease that he has. But if push came to shove, he would be willing to work with numerous different factions and armies. Yeah, you dwarves can run, but you're not gonna get out of here. As much as you would like to. Archers, let's focus on the Slayers. Try and get them out of here. Dragon, cut them off. Go ahead and blow the dragon horn. I'll give melee attack to my entire army, as well as some damage, and we're just gonna chase after all these ranged units.
Dragon Prince.
Alright, we're almost through the Slayers.
Orders received.
Let's pull you out.
Shall be done. Master of battle.
Pop the Dragon Lance.
For duty.
What dragons inhabited Lustria before the Carnosaurs wiped them out? If there were... The dragons, as far as, like, the Lustria area is concerned, we do not have much info there at all. Because the thing about Lustria was that that part of the Warhammer world was basically already like that before the old ones even showed up. Granted, it got a lot worse thanks to the Slawn, because when Chaos invaded the world, the Slawn decided to basically turn Lustria into like a super death trap. That way it would be a lot harder for Chaos to, like the demons to invade. That being said, we do not have many records on the dragons that would have lived in Lustria, because they got wiped out a really long time ago. Because the Carnosaurs and the Dreadsaurians, like, yeah, there was no happy ending there. We'll save that dwarf character for last. Gonna make sure we get these quarrelers. Don't let them escape! Alright, archers, let's move up.
It shall be done.
And let's bring the dragon to kill the Lord.
Death and glory.
Is that all that's left over there? Cannons? Ooh. Yeah, I think you've got bigger problems than being shunned right now. Archers! Okay, well we're still kind of on clean up here. Oh wait, no, they're actually really close. Focus the Giant Slayers! Everyone else, run away from the Giant Slayers. Because Giant Slayers are scary. What happened to Imrik during the end times? So Imrik was part of the alliance that Teclis managed to gather up, with the understanding that... So, as a preface, before I really get into it, Teclis did not understand what was going to happen, because Teclis had put all of his faith in one of the elven gods. So, the elven god Lilith, who is the goddess of prophecy, this is a little bit of a fan theory, it's a bit unconfirmed, but she changed a lot as a character going into the end times, which I believe was due to her going insane, because she had to stare the end times in the face, and many people who were prophetic went insane. But basically what happened is Lilith was in charge of a coalition, essentially. And what she told them being Teclis, and Malekith, she basically shared with them that if you do the things that I tell you to do, we will save the world, and chaos will be destroyed. Well, she lied. What Lilith actually planned was, I'm going to go ahead and do this set of events, and if everything goes according to my plan, the world will die, but the elves will live on. So Lilith tricked a bunch of people, Malekith and Teclis especially. But what essentially happened with the likes of Imrik is that Teclis went around recruiting everybody to follow his lead to save the world. So him and Malekith knew that they were going to need Imrik's help to win the war for Ulthuan. So they went and chatted with Imrik, and Teclis showed up, and Imrik was like, "What the hell do you want?" And then Malekith basically, Teclis told him, "We need to join with Malekith. Like, I know this sounds insane, but we have to team up with Malekith." And Imrik was like ready to kill him. Because Imrik hates Malekith. But what happened was that when Imrik was basically going in to stab Teclis, Teclis basically said he sent us a gift as a sign of his goodwill on why we should work together. And this boat shows up that has all of the remaining dragon eggs that were ever stolen from Caledor by the Dark Elves. And so that is enough to get Imrik to agree to a alliance with the Dark Elves. Even though to him it's like super heinous, but when Imrik joined up, all of Caledor joined up. So all of Caledor signed up to be in Malekith's army, in order to try and save the world. And they fought the big battle for Ulthuan. Imrik survived the war for Ulthuan, even though the island didn't. So Ulthuan sinks, ton of people die, but all of the High Elves, Dark Elves who are still living relocate to Athel Loren. That's like the last home of the elves. So Imrik basically goes to Athel Loren with what dragons remain, and he's just doing everything he can to keep the dragon species alive. And at that point, he basically just fights in the defense of Athel Loren in a bunch of really ugly skirmish wars against the Beastmen and the Demons and the Warriors of Chaos. And Imrik presumably dies during what was called the Blood Hunt, which the Blood Hunt was basically at the very end of the End Times, like the very final book. Archaon struck a deal with Khorne, and Khorne was the strongest of the gods by this point. Tzeentch had been dealt a serious blow, so had Nurgle, so had Slaanesh. And so, Archaon went to Khorne and basically signed up to have Khorne just unleash his full power on the planet. So Khorne let loose what was called the Blood Hunt, which basically unleashed a colossal horde of Khorne demons and mortals, led by, like, the biggest, baddest demons in existence. And they invaded Athel Loren, and Imrik died fighting them. Isn't part of Caledor / the Dragon Prince's lore that they basically all used to ride around by dragons before they started hibernating? Yes. The reason the Dragon Princes are called Dragon Princes is because they used to ride on dragons. And that's why their horse's armor has the has all of the dragon iconography on it, because it makes them feel better about the fact that they're no longer actually riding dragons. Granted, most of the Dragon Princes who are still alive were not alive back when that was a thing. The dragons started going into hibernation a really long time ago. Who are the most elite warriors in the lore? Traditionally, the Dragon Princes are the most elite. Why can't we trade when we get Caledor? Because Creative Assembly has been really bad about... They need to put in a mod that has your capital change when you take over, like, your ancestral home. Or at least just have a mechanic that allows you to change your capital. And they have not done that, and it sucks. Let's see. Godzilla 2021. Thanks for the tip, my dude. Would a Star Dragon think twice before fighting a Dreadsaurian? Yes. A dragon would not fight a Dreadsaurian unless there was, like, a really, really important reason. Like, the Dreadsaurian had found its young or was attacking its home or something. But, yeah, no dragon that has even a microcosm of intelligence would willingly fight a Dreadsaurian. Because to fight a Dreadsaurian is to fight an apex predator that's designed to kill you.
Lay this hop, greatest of the Dragon Princes.
Oh, I've got two horns now. I've got the horn of Aisha and I've got the dragon horn. Ooh. Alright. Oh, good. We've got the Right of Assurin. We're going to pop that because I need to build up as much influence as I can. As quickly as I can. And we have control of Ashridge Mountain. Nice.
Strategy beyond compare.
Alright, let's go for Bonded Service in Draftmaster. You are level 5, so let's do Scouting, because I'm probably going to fire you at some point. So I want you to focus on getting me new items. And that should be good. Why did the old ones make the other races after they made the Lizardmen? The Lizardmen were intended as a custodian race, so they were meant to protect the world and assist the others in assist the other races in, like, growing up. But so the other races were their actual intent, and the goal of the old ones was basically to create a race that could defeat chaos. Obviously, they had a really hard time with it. Alright, so we've got our quest battle started to go after the armor of Caledor. And we've upgraded the Fortress of Vorag, so let's get that. And let's get... Let's go ahead and get a garrison up and running, because those Skaven... Clan Ashen is a nightmare if you do not deal with them very quickly. Alright, we do want to get as close as we can to full health. So let's just sit tight for a minute. Could the elves, dwarves, and mankind defeat the lizardmen? If they teamed up, absolutely.
For your transgressions against Caledor.
He sounds so indignant and angry. Am I planning another RPG campaign with Turn and the others? No.
Order must be maintained.
Nope. It was fun. I'm glad we did it, but it required a lot of arm twisting to get that to happen in the first place. So I do not want to have to go. It's like herding cats, and I'm just not interested.
Son of the fields, the oath keeper.
I do not want to work myself to death to force people to do something they clearly don't want to do. Oh yeah, 4 slots now. Okay, well, let's finish off Clan Helheim here. When did the lizardmen start building spaceships to escape the end times? Kias Vang, at the very beginning. Like, the very dawn of time for the lizardmen. The first thing they did was construct a bunch of pyramids at the feet of the old ones, and the old ones apparently told them all to build spaceships just in case.
We are bound for glory.
Star Dragon versus a Carnosaur, who wins? Usually the Star Dragon, but a Carnosaur can win that fight. To compare Apex creatures of lore with the Shredder of Lustria, be able to go toe-to-toe with the Sleeper, the Sleeper would get absolutely wrecked by the Shredder of Lustria. The Sleeper was really powerful because it had the ability to mind control things, but it would really struggle against like a primordial, ancient, pissed-off thing like a Dread Sauron on cocaine. Horn of Aisha. Let's give that to the Dragon Princes.
I'll win. I always do.
Connor, thanks so much for the generous tip, my dude. Love the content. Keep it up. As Total War Warhammer 3 is delayed, do you think we could possibly get Araby? No. I think that they're done with race packs until Warhammer 3. And the only reason I feel super confident about that is that making a race pack is a huge undertaking. Like, it is such a colossal amount of work that it's ridiculous. If they end up having to delay Game 3 to the point where they, like, are looking to put in another DLC, which to me seems very unlikely, then, it would be another Lord pack. I do not think under any circumstance they would add in another race pack. Like, they have already said there are no more race packs for Game 2, and I take them at their word on that. Lord Bio, yes, there are Slayer equivalents in Age of Sigmar. They're called Doomseekers. And Doomseekers are literally just Slayers. Like, they are dwarves whose goal is to die in battle. Period. End of story.
Behold, the majestic setting forth.
Is that a cannon? Ew. Does he have anything really nasty, or is it just a bunch of warriors? No long beards? Okay. Oop, 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 oop. Here, let's get some fire breath on these thunderers. Oh, beautiful.
I will claim it.
Okay, let's just land on these cannons. Get those turned offline. Jesus.
The crown prince ascends. Dragon prince.
Good grief. Cannons really hurt if you are high tier infantry.
Understood.
Archers! Let's get rid of these thunderers.
White lions. Spearmen. Acknowledged. To the fray. Understood.
The nice thing about Dragon Princes is I can hit them with fire attacks and I don't have to worry about them getting hurt.
My
Because they have hilarious amounts of fire resistance.
For duty. Spearmen, we will obey. Prince Imrik.
Yes.
Launch a fireball over there.
Scython, hear me.
At some point, apparently. Okay, they're dead. Now let's focus the miners.
My power is yours.
Caledor's chosen.
Do the Darkholds have anything that compares to Dragon Princes in the Lord, in the lore? Those would be Cold One Dread Knights.
Imrik.
Cold One Dread Knights are like an equivalent to Dragon Princes. Like if those two slam into each other, you know it's going to be a hell of a fight. Okay, let's get you out of here. You're taking a lot of damage.
Dragon Prince.
Dragon Princes, let's fall back.
Spearmen. Sinner. It will be done without fail.
Suck on these!
You are bend to my will.
Actually, let's have you go after the Lord.
Lakoy. We will obey. It shall be done. Dragon Princes.
Outward Mage.
Awesome. Rune Lord's dead.
Tamer.
Let's get you over here. Dragons versus a Merworm? That depends, I think, on the environment they're fighting in. If the Merworm actually had the ocean to, like, use as a, like, it could drag the dragon into the water, a Merworm can be much scarier than a dragon. Especially if it's one of the higher tier Merworms, like an Abyssal Merworm.
Obey.
Abyssal Merworms are really, really scary.
Imrik. Glory is mine.
As a mage.
Oop, don't fall.
Magic rise.
Alright. Helheim clan has been whooped. How am I enjoying Imrik's campaign? Oh, I love Imrik's campaign. I've played a good bit of it off stream, but this is the first time we're showing it on stream. Just wanted to share an observation that the animation on the rogue idols gets me excited for what CA could do with the Kadai Fireborn. Dude, Daniel Martin, that's a very good point. Thanks for the tip, my dude, first of all. Second of all, yes, that's a really good thought, actually. Like, instead of a golem, a collapsible golem of boulders, having the Fireborn being those spooky creatures that just... So, cool thing about the Kadai Fireborn, for those who don't know what the Fireborn are, the Fireborn are a completely unique race, species of demon, horrible monster things that were created by the Chaos Dwarves using a lot of really nasty sorcery. And basically what they are... or what they do to use them in battle is the Chaos Dwarves, they're too unstable to, like, live for a long time or be trusted. So what the dwarves do is they will design the, like, iron bodies of the Kadai. So they have, like, they have, like, these big, empty... they'll show up to the battlefield with what looks like a bunch of empty suits. And then what happens is they activate their runes at the start of the battle, and all of a sudden all these nasty suits of armor burst into flames, and it looks like creatures made out of fire come like crawling out of them and just start attacking everybody. Now the Chaos Dwarves have gotten very good at pointing them in the right direction, because their runes are designed to make sure they don't turn against the Chaos Dwarves. But they burn so hot and so full of hatred that they melt their own bodies. So the instant that they're activated, at some point they'll inevitably burn themselves out and die. And the Chaos Dwarves are just like, oh, that's kind of neat. Because they're jerks. Seeing as we are on a campaign on dragons, how strong is Menathnir compared to Anarian's dragon? Menathnir is roughly in the same ballpark as, oh gosh, what was his name? Was it Imildrick? I want to say Imildrick was his name. But Eltharian's dragon and Menathnir are very, very close in power levels. Menathnir is like one of the most badass, terrifying dragons still alive and awake. Okay, let's go beat up Clan Rictus, and after we defeat Clan Rictus, we'll go kill... you know what? We should deal with Deathmaster Snikch first. Yeah, let's deal with Deathmaster Snikch first. He's the bigger threat. Because if he gets going, he's very difficult to stop in this patch. Because I don't know what they did to him, but Deathmaster Snikch, like, he ramps up really fast. Why do I want to get rid of the cute Fire Mage? So I can replace her with a better Fire Mage? Yeah, Stygian, that would be nice. What do I think of the Warhammer Armies project? They're fun. Oh, chat, we've sighted our first dragon. Oh, by the way, that's what this thing up here is. So this thing tells you when a dragon, like how long you have until the next dragon shows up. And if you click on it when it's active, it'll show you which dragon has been sighted and where they are. So this is Brewer, the Protector of Life, who's the unique forest dragon. Let's go say hi. Alright, you overhear the rumors of a walking tree spirit dwelling in a nearby wood, so you go to investigate. You discover it is a treekin, a hulk of animated deadwood that tells you it already knows who you are. This is little surprise, since you know that you are within, since you know that within these beings reside the souls of dead wood elves, and you have encountered many Azurai in your lifetime. The treekin tells you is the Herald of Brewer, a legendary forest dragon of great power known to be worshipped and protected by a myriad of magical beings of the forest, as well as the Azurai themselves. Such a powerful dragon is worth reaching out to, but what message would you have the Herald send back to its dragon master? So we can...
For I have need of you.
We could consult the dragon, in which case he will... we pay him a bunch of money, and he will grant us armor-piercing damage and armor-piercing missile damage for all armies for 10 turns. Or we could...
Seek your blessings.
We could bargain with the dragon, in which he'll give us a shit ton of influence, and it costs us some money, and we'll see him again later. We could challenge the dragon.
Battle,
if we challenge him a dragon, we go battle, we go fight him.
I shall not tempt its rage.
Or we could just tell him, hey, we don't want to do anything with you right now, peace out. We're gonna fight him. So I'm gonna challenge Brewer, the Protector of Life. And we will do that in just a minute. I need to get some better troops before we go fight him. Because he's not super OP, but he certainly is a little spooky. When are we getting Queek's lore video? When it's done. What exactly is Imrik doing in this part of the world? So basically, the reasonable expectation or explanation for why Imrik is here is because of the Dragon Graveyard. So, this part of the Darklands, right here, the reason it's called the Plane of Bones is it's an actual place in Warhammer Fantasy. Very, very famous. The Plane of Bones are where dragons go to die. So, if you can, whenever a dragon is going to be passing away due to old age or something else, most, if not all of them, will always try and make their way to the Dragon Graveyard. So, Imrik, seeking the power of the dragons, trying to understand why they're all going to sleep and trying to find a way to reawaken them, has come here to the Dragon Graveyard. And he set up shop in the Fortress of Vorag, which is mostly abandoned. Alright. In order to try and set things up. Alright, let's go ahead and do the Greater Invocation of Vol, which will give us a new powerful item, and because it's the Greater Invocation of Vol, instead of just the lame High Elf version that gives you armor and recruitment for Swordmasters and stuff, this one will give us all of our armies will have fire damage, and it gives all of our dragons 3 additional breath weapon attacks. Have I already done a video on the goblins of Pig Barter? No, I have not. Ooh, what item do we get? See, okay, so I already have the Dragon Lance. Ooh, the Emerald Collar? Boop. Alright, awesome. So with the Emerald Collar, Imrik now has regeneration If he's in close combat, a ward save, and we have poisoned attacks. Nice! And we've also unlocked the quest battle for the Armor of Caledor. I'm not going to do that yet, though, because I have to have my dragon. If I don't have my dragon, it is very, very hard. It is a very hard quest battle without a dragon.
Face me on the battlefield if you have the courage.
Oh, shit! Alright, Deathmaster Snikch has declared war on us, so it's go time. Wow, look at that. The greenskins already killed Clan Rictus. Oh, my lord. Apparently, it's storming outside. Rip Tomb Kings. Dude, Imrik takes like a big honking dump on Tomb Kings. Like, it is painful to watch how badly he curb stomps Tomb Kings. Alright, we're gonna go ambush stance, and we're just gonna hide here until Darkhold levels up, which it almost has. Because when it levels up, we can get Dragon Princes. Are Dwarf Demon Slayers stronger than Hammerers? I would say they're in very equivalent ballparks. They're a very different fighting style, but I'll put it this way. If I wanted to kill a monster, I would always rather rely on a Demon Slayer, because that's gonna be like his specialty knowledge is going after the biggest, nastiest thing that is around. If my goal was to not die, I would rely on a hammer. Oh, look how far he ran. Okay, let's just ambush again. That's Deathmaster Snikch himself. If we could catch him out and kill him this early, I'd be so happy. Are there any known entities in the realm of chaos that are rarely mentioned? Dude, there are so many different monsters and species scattered around the Warhammer world that are like minor creatures that it's ridiculous. Ambush foiled. Sad face.
Loyalty.
I really want to catch out Snikch. Maybe he'll go for Pig Barter and we can catch him here. There's Malus Darkblade's ship. Come here, Snikch. Ah, damn it! We caught Toxer. Toxer is one of his little, like, attendants. Alright, we'll just kill him. Forced labor. Ah! There he is. He ambushed us. That's fine, though. I am about to curb stomp a rat. What units do I think the dwarves look at in Warhammer 3? If the dwarves got another Lord pack, or which they absolutely should, for dwarves, I would very much like to see Rune Golems, Goblin Hewer, Axe Thrower,
Spearman.
Spears,
Asset move.
Archers run, Archers run.
Lawyer. We advance. By your command. Serve the king.
Ulfwan Mage.
Oh, those are just clan rats. Alright. Archers! Turn and fire!
Prince Imrik.
Sound the dragon horn. Where is Snikch? I don't see that little turd anywhere.
Ulfwan Mage.
Okay, we need to get rid of these guys. Let's see if I can get off a good shot here. Maybe like that. There he is. Oh, look out, look out, look out, look out!
Glory be.
Ah!
White lions. For Ulfwan. Prince Imrik.
Kick his ass!
Acknowledge.
Archers, remain steady.
Go.
That was a lot of friendly fire. Okay, let's get rid of his bodyguard here.
Blessed by ball. White lions. Dragon prince. For order. Archers.
What are you doing?
Eradicate them.
Okay, let's get Flaming Sword of Ruin on.
Scython, hear me.
Oh god, he hurts.
Master of battle.
I also hurt, but...
Ulfwan Mage.
Archers.
Ah, get him, dragon! Nice hit! Just ran his ass over. That was beautiful. Get him, Imrik! Get him, Imrik! Poke him in the butt!
Mage. Lakoi Soraya.
Oh shoot, those are... Okay, Imrik's... nice job, wizard. Good job, wizard. Okay, let's get rid of his nasty, nasty spear stuff. Dragon Princes, get after those gutter runners. Okay. Alright, Deathmaster Snikch is dead. He got incinerated by a fireball. All is well.
Awaiting orders.
Let's do our best to chase these dudes down.
Men Louis. Araya Men Louis.
Oh, they're running in it. they have like the same movement speed. Nice. Okay, let's do what we can to kill the triads, because they are very quick.
Ulfwan Mage. Winds of mighty rise.
That's a summoned unit, right? Yeah, okay. Good lord, they are quick. Bleh. In their lore, has there ever been a battle between the elves and Skaven? Yes, the elves and Skaven have fought many, many, many times. Probably the most famous fights is there was a big battle called the I want to say it was the Battle of Blood Island. That was all about the Skaven and the High Elves, and the Skaven did do a massive invasion of Ulthuan once, but it did not go well for the Skaven. They invaded Ulthuan, but Ulthuan saw them coming. Like, the elves figured out they were coming, and so they had, like, a big army ready and waiting for them. And, the Skaven did put up a hell of a fight. Like, they almost managed to break through the High Elf line, thanks to their Hell Pit Abominations and, like, the Clan Mulder contingent. But before they could push through, their fleet got destroyed by, I think it was Sea Lord Island. Sea Lord Island showed up and, like, wiped out their fleet. And at the same time, Caledor, who's the captain of the Phoenix Guard, showed up and attacking from, and riding with a bunch of Phoenixes. Him and all his Phoenix bros swooped down and just, like, curb stomped the Skaven army. It did not go well for the rats.
I'll win. They must bow to them.
Alright. Good, good, good. So, we dealt a pretty good death blow to them. We've got 4 turns until we can get Dragon Princes in mass. So let's worry about... Could get a War Hall. Decisions. Yeah, let's do that.
You may look upon me.
Alright, let's get back to
A
Darkhold
simple crusade.
before more rats show up when we're this
Make
week.
haste, Asur!
What difficulty am I on? I'm playing on hard. Hard campaign and hard battle. Because it's a nice, straightforward, enjoyable difficulty. The Russianator. Dude, you are spending a lot of those sweet, sweet points, my dude. Do I prefer Eltharion when he was a blind swordsman? No, I much prefer Eltharion the Grim over Eltharion the Blind. Eltharion the Blind was a cool concept, and I liked the character, but I did not like him replacing Eltharion the Grim. I would have liked the Blind Swordsman much, much more if it had been an original character. Skaven know how to make ships? Dude, Skaven know how to make submarines. Now, whether they work or not is a very... but, yes, Skaven are very, very good at making fleets. There's an entire Skaven ocean faction called Clan Scurvy, which is Skurvy. They're like one of the strongest clans. They're on the Council of 13. And they're Skaven pirates, essentially. You know what? You can help. You can have Mount Grey Hag. Oh, we won. I thought for sure we were going to lose that.
The people are resting.
Okay.
Greatest of the dragon princes.
I guess I should stop that rebellion, huh? Okay, that'll work, and then by the time I get back to Darkhold, we can recruit dragon princes en masse. Let's see. Invocation of Eldrazi is really, really good, even though it pisses off other high elves. Oh gosh, I really would like that casualty replenishment right now, though. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do Invocation of Aisha. What about Thunder Barges for the dwarf? Oh yes, would very much like Thunder Barges. Hey, Sigiron. Thanks very, very much for the raid party, my dude. Hello there. How long will I be playing for? Oh, at least probably like another 2 hours. Cool, cool, my dude. Well, welcome. Welcome by. Alright, let's smash some gobos here. Rebellious little jerks.
It'll be no
Lesser beings, fit only for service.
March for Caledor.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. If you play the Skaven Vortex campaign, if you play the Skaven Vortex campaign, you get like all the movies, and one of the movies is about Skaven scuba divers, which is awesome.
Son of the Phoenix.
Alright, so next turn we'll have the ability to get Dragon Princes. All is well.
As it was meant to be.
You were on the same campaign, it would be cool for them to see another experience. Well, awesome, dude. Thanks for coming by.
Parasite speaks. I think I shall kill it.
Alright, dude, damn, chill. He's like the opposite of Geralt of Rivia. It can talk, kill it faster.
Glory awaits.
Imrik does not give two damns if you're intelligent life or not, apparently. Alright. Give me all the Dragon Princes. Actually, isn't there... Yes. +1 recruitment rank. I will wait for that so I can get higher ranked Dragon Princes right at the start.
Onward for Caledor.
Let's ride over this way. There are beastmen in my lands. Do not appreciate that. Joe T, thanks very much for the super chat. Where does Caledor start in Mortal Empires? Right here, in the Fortress of Vorag. I will show you where we are globally in just a moment. Do I think the dwarves need more runes / a rune rework? Yes. I would very much like to see the entire rune system fixed. So here's the Mortal Empires. Here's the world. Imrik is way over here in the east. So Malus Darkblade's campaign start is right down here. Clan Eshin, Deathmaster Snikch campaign start is right up here. Imrik is right here. So Imrik has joined the Eastern Party Boys.
Master of Drakes. As you were, witness my stride.
Alright, this should be a good place to give me 5 units of Dragon Princes. Just all the Dragon Princes. Alright, and then we can focus on growth and finances in Ashridge. Do I believe they will still update some of the more Left Behind races in Game 3? Probably, yes. Well, because if I recall correctly, Creative Assembly has said that every single Game 1 race was going to get some kind of update. So for those who are like worried about the Beastmen or the Beastmen or the Warriors of Chaos and all that stuff, I do not think you need to be worried. I think they will update them. Alright, let's get some of the new DLC units on our roster here. So let's get Sovereign Guard. And, ooh, I could get some Shadow Warriors for my range contingent. I think if I were going to do that, though, I'd want to drop some of these archers. Let's get like 4 of those. Then maybe we'll pick up... I don't really think I want Rangers. I think I'll go like a front line of Silver and Guard, followed by a back line of Lothern Sea Guard. I don't know. Maybe I'd rather have archers with light armor for right now, just because of the superior range. Because I much prefer having 180 range over 165.
The last Phoenix.
Or I could just keep these guys because they're cheaper. Like, the light armor is decent if in certain situations. I don't know, like, the light armor is not bad when fighting Skaven, just because when they summon units up behind you, it gets you a little more survivability, but eh. Rushnator, last one for me, my dude. Do you think that the orcs, even though they got their rework, do you think there will be... Do you think the new... You think wyverns are... Okay, so... I will say, I don't know if wyverns are ever going to get notably buffed. Wyverns have always been kind of more of like a griffin-style unit, not a dragon. Like, if you look at the tiers of monsters, you know, you have like your Pegasi, Pegasus, Dark Pegasus, you know, all those like basic tier monstrous cavalry. Then you get up another tier and you get to your really low-level monsters that can fly, which are like your griffins, your hippogriffs, or like mid-tier, I guess is a better description of like your griffins, hippogriffs, wyverns, and manticores. And then the tier above that, you have stuff like your dragons and the other unique mounts that are like super high tier. So I think the wyverns are appropriately set up for where they should be rank-wise. I don't think I would change their stats and performance that much, personally. But I do really think that we will hopefully see like a update to the orcs, at least in Game 3. I need an orc DLC. Not goblins, not trolls, not snotlings, orcs. I need orcs. Hopefully we get that in Game 3. Brand Muffin Rex, what's the best way to support me monthly? Well, first of all, thank you very much for the generous tip. Second of all, if you're looking for ways to support me here on the channel, the most consistent way to support is, if you look down in the description, there should be a link to my Patreon page, or just patreon.com/loremasterofsotech. That's a really nice way to support the channel. Even as little as $1 a month helps a lot, especially because that's income that I can rely on, that I don't have to worry about getting cut by like Google and YouTube and all those other weird shenanigans. But of course, you know, if you just want to show up to live streams and throw in tips when you feel desired to, or there's a link in the YouTube description that links to a page called Fanatical. Fanatical is a website that I work with occasionally that they have a whole system where if you use that link, you can... using that link, if you navigate their website, you can buy literally any game on their entire website, and that'll support me here on the channel. So that's an option for those people who want to look into that. Okay, I can only afford one more Silver and Guard unit. Let's see, how 230 plus 109. Yeah, we can afford it. All right, we're gonna be kind of poor, but it's fine because our army is gonna be god tier. Link to Patreon is not in the description. Whoops. Well, it's patreon.com/loremasterofsotech. No spaces. My bad. I'll add that next time I think about it. I must have forgotten to put it in when I did the new description.
Caledor's champion.
Beastman, get on my territory.
We will prevail.
Go on, get. Cute Cygor, bro.
These fools have
Goodbye.
Dragon Prince.
Oh, the Talons of Tor Caleda. Caleda? Caleda? It's probably Caleda. Alright, let's get dedicated to Vol, which makes our Dragon Princes even cheaper and gives them further leadership. And then we can start our sweet upkeep chain. Our Wizard, let's do Leleus Blessing. And now we're gonna go attack Pig Barter.
Bring them death.
We ride!
Make haste, Asor! This is my death.
And once we curb stomp all this garbage, we'll be able to focus on, like, quest battles. Do that one.
Never in doubt.
Do I think Mortal Empires for Warhammer 3 will put more of Lustre and the Southlands back in? Yes. Let's see. How would I want dwarves reworked / improved, especially to make them... Okay, so I think the big thing that dwarves need is they... Oh, we've sighted another dragon. Actually, you know what? Let's go do a dragon fight. Y'all want to see a dragon fight, right?
Nothing stands.
We can handle Brewer, the Protector of Life, with this army. It's time. Let's go fight a dragon. So this is Brewer, the Protector of Life. As you can see, based on my horse to him, he is very big. Do I think Boris or Alistair will ever get their own campaigns? I think Boris Todbringer will get his own campaign, yes. Alistair, no. Alistair is not a Games Workshop IP character. Alistair the White Lion is a Make-A-Wish Foundation thing. So I do not think he'll ever be a playable thing.
Let us wake the dragons.
Oh, I'm going to save just in case I get my ass kicked. Here we go. Why does Imrik like Eldrazi? It's not so much that Imrik likes Eldrazi, it's that Imrik is kind of... Imrik is much more willing to do what it takes to claim victory, and he's so arrogant and borderline cruel that Imrik kind of bridges the gap between High Elf and Dark Elf, and Eldrazi is one of those gods who... He's certainly not a good god. And most High Elves are like, we probably should not worship this dude. But I would not put it past Imrik at all to be willing to invoke Eldrazi to further his own might. Especially because he looks at it from a perspective of, I deserve this, as opposed to, oh, this is bad. Alright. We've got all the dragon princes in the universe down here. We've got our own dragon. And we got a fire mage, who has no winds of magic whatsoever. Brewer has completely starved us of magic. So we're just going to kind of hide back here and let him come to us. And as you can see, he is a big boy. Let's see. Nope, not that. I don't think I can do it on him because he's an enemy model. Here, I'll just let y'all. He's a big old pretty boy. With his big antlers and covered in roots and leaves and stuff. It's awesome. Alright, open fire! Bring it down! Bring it down! This is Rohan getting charged by the Mumakil kind of scene. He is coming right for us. Ah!
Dragon princess.
Charge! Good lord, his mass is so ridiculous, he just doesn't even care. Just keep firing! Everyone get fire damage! Poke him! Poke him hard! Alright, archers, let's focus on other stuff. Y'all are causing more friendly fire at this point.
Prince Imrik. The Knight of Caledor.
How much health did he start with? Like 10,000? Yeah. Get your ass down here. And here come all the Wood Elf archers. Ugh. Bring it down! Bring it down! Alright. Brewer, the Protector of Life, is out of commission. Now we fall back and let them get in range of our archers. Archers! Let's shoot their archers. And they have all sorts of nasty stuff flying in towards us. Alright, Dragon Princes, with me! I'm gonna give you all different orders here.
Will be done. Serve the king. Prince Imrik.
And this part is kind of just beginning, because there's a whole another wave of what else we're going to have to deal with in a hot second.
The Dragon Tamer.
Get on those treekin. You guys, let's get your asses going this way. Go after that tree man.
Archers.
Archers! Let's get rid of these Eternal Guard, please.
Ulfwan Mage.
Dragon Princess.
You lot are with me. Alright, here comes even more.
Orders received. Dragon Princess.
Run them down!
Spearman. Assyrian willing. Orders received. It shall be done.
Don't let them escape!
Menlui. Orior Menlui.
Ah! Bring it down! Bring it down!
To battle.
After that tree man.
And glory.
You guys, let's charge into that mess. Activate the Dragon Lance. Okay, that thing's shattered. I don't need to go crazy.
Princess.
Alright. Silvering Guard.
March.
Redeploy. Dragon Princess, fall back. Because if memory serves, this wave has, like, freaking Way Watchers in it. Way Watchers are the bane of heavy knights.
White Lions. Loyal.
Archers, let's redeploy.
Forward.
Fury of the Forge God.
Oh, they've got... Oh, God, run!
Princess.
Oh, God, run! They've got Sisters... What are these? Sisters of the Thorn, Wild Riders.
Ulfwan Mage.
Oh, they've got Hawk Riders, my favorite. Sound the horn!
Prince Imrik. Spearman.
Oof.
Archers.
Archers, focus the birds.
Will be done. Understood. White Lions. Acknowledge. 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 Asa advance.
Ulfwan Mage. Winds of magic roar.
Booty over here. Oh, never finished my thoughts on what the dwarf update should be. So the biggest thing that I think the dwarves really need are, first and foremost, I think the rune system needs to be completely looked at from the ground up again. I personally am not a fan of the way dwarf runes were implemented. It feels really basic. I would like there to be... I would like the rune crafting system to be further expanded. So right now, when you do rune crafting, you can make items, right? You know, you can make like a... Oh, you can make a piece of... you can make a piece of heavy armor, or... Is that another tree man? Oh, it's an ancient tree man. Okay, hold on. Dragon Princes, y'all are getting kind of whacked up here. Let's all fall back to safety.
Spearman.
Everybody come back. So what I would like to see is for them to add another tab onto the rune crafting menu. And in this tab, it should basically allow the player to craft their own runes that would function either like the scrap upgrades that the Greenskins got in this DLC, or if for some reason they were like, no, we don't want to do that, then have it just work like a banner system, where you're like able to craft runes and assign a rune to a unit as like a banner, or both. Debatably both. But I really want to see that whole thing. Okay, Imrik, let's activate the Dragon Lance. Archers, those of you who still have ammo, focus those. Silvering Guard, you're with me. Get a Maldry Ironbark out of here. Alright. Yay, we won. Alright, so we drove them off. We've won the battle against the Brewer Protector of Life. Ugh. But that's the biggest thing I'd want to see for the dwarves. And for the actual runesmiths, I think they should not have any active abilities. I think runesmiths should be able to get a lot of powerful passives to represent their runes. The only active I would ever want to see on a runesmith and a rune lord would be like the rune of spellbreaking, where they're able to like point at an enemy wizard or character and it resets all of their timers and nukes their Winds of Magic access.
Only
But I think it should stop there. Alright, so we defeated Brewer, Protector of Life. That means we have him as a Regiment of Renown. We got Nature's Blessing, which gives Imrik 18 additional armor and 12 additional melee defense. We've got Brewer's Instinct, so faction-wide, all of our armies have 20 AP damage in melee and 60% extra AP damage with missile units for 20 turns. And then we got the Vine Dragon Scale, which is an item I can put on any character that gives them armor, melee defense, and the ability to root enemies in place and lower their melee defense. And Imrik's already wearing it. Perfect. That'll make a nice armor set until we get his actual armor.
you may look upon me.
But now you know what it's time for. I'm gonna let this Sun Dragon go and replace him with a bigger dragon. Boom! We got Brewer, Protector of Life, whose gimmick is that he has super sexy stats. And he's also, you know, a wood dragon. Oh, but the thing about active runes is all of the active runes, let me finish my thought before anyone freaks out. The active rune should be moved onto the Anvil of Doom. So, like, if you want to have the rune in Wrath and Ruin, or the rune of, you know, all the, like, crazy actual runes, the active ones, they should be locked onto the Anvil of Doom. That way the Anvil of Doom is important and does what it's supposed to do. Okay, so let's move over here, and then we're gonna pop an encampment stance so we can get much closer to healing up to full. Cool. Doing good. Do you get traits from defeating the dragons? Yes. Every time you okay, declaring war on me for no reason. That's cool. Every time you defeat a dragon, Imrik will acquire a trait based on that dragon, and they stack, so it's awesome. Ah, it's just a sun dragon. I don't need a sun dragon.
The dragon shall wake. Be ready for anything. Triumph lies this way.
Alright, so this is another dragon. And who is this? After inadvertently wandering into a nearby sandstorm, you encounter Ushapti, a giant animated statue carved into the likeness of a strange god of a long-forgotten desert people. It is an understandably intimidating sight, but as you reach for your weapon, it tells you in a booming, otherworldly voice that it means you no harm. The stone-carved being tells you that it is the Herald of Gordonar, a legendary sun dragon of great power, known to surround itself with undead desert stragglers it controls, and other mystical creatures of the world's desert realms. Such a powerful dragon is worth reaching out to, but what message would you have the Herald send back to its master? So we could consult him.
Your blessings, one.
If we consult him, we get fire damage on all our armies and a speed buff for 10 turns.
My station
Bargain
must
with
be
him,
elevated.
so for influence. But we're going to challenge him, let's be
I
real.
have need of you.
So we will challenge Gordonar, the Champion of Flame. And I will deal with him as soon as I take Pig Barter, because I really want to take Pig Barter.
Onward for Caledor. Stop that.
Oh yeah, all he's got are goblins.
Beyond.
Do I think CA should move the current Wrath and Ruin effect to this Rune of Slowness? Yeah.
I will not remember you once I have.
The Rune of Wrath and Ruin should be all about dealing damage. And anything else should be secondary. Right now, the Rune of Wrath and Ruin does no damage, so it's more like the Rune of God. You're running too fast by the pool. Slow down, kids. Which is just not as fun. Oh, you're attacking me, and okay, bye.
Win.
Yeah, I know. Gordonar heard me talking shit about Sun Dragons and was like, "You want to go?"
Dragon Rider.
How long till we get Menathir? Okay, we're almost there. Quartermaster. Boop. So Imrik stole the Monster Hunter mechanic, but better. I don't know if I'd say it's... I guess it's kind of better, yeah. Yeah, because he gets access to every monster he beats, whereas Norska only gets access to the Norscan monsters they beat, and the rest of them they instead, they only get like an item and stuff out of. So yeah, yeah. All right. I guess in that sense, yes, it is better because he actually acquires everything he defeats. But
Bring them down. These fools.
all right, we accomplished Pig Barter, which according to that YouTube video I've watched means we've accomplished the most important thing in the campaign. Do I sack it? Nah. Alright, the Red Cloud Night Goblins have been defeated. Actually, I don't think... Are they Night Goblins? I think they're Night Goblins. I'd have to double check my book. But I do know the Red Cloud tribe. The Red Cloud tribe is famous because they use their magic for really silly stuff, like turning themselves red. Alright, so we got... Now we can get Caledor's, or Imrik's personal stuff. So we've got Caledor Incumbent, which gives us 2 influence per turn, and lets us unlock nobles anywhere on the map, and gives us a bunch of them. We could get Vol's Armaments, which gives our entire army magic resistance, and armor, which is insane, and also gives us research rate. Dragonheart, which gives our entire army fire resistance, leadership, and gives me melee tech. Astride the Battlefield, which buffs all of our cavalry units. And Ancient Pride, which gives all of our Dragon Princes and Dragons melee defense, physical resistance, and vigor loss reduction. Those are all hysterically broken. But I think we're going to go ahead and... because I have so many Dragon Princes, let's start with Ancient Pride. How do I think Nagash should be implemented? Nagash should probably be a borderline race pack. I would really like to see Nagash as a lord that starts maybe in Nagashazar, but somewhere in the world. And I would very much like his campaign to just revolve around him having to go like acquire all the various pieces of himself that have been lost. But I would like him to just have full access to all the undead rosters. But maybe make it locked behind a quest system. So, like, when you start with Nagash, maybe he only has vampire count units. But then when you, like, accomplish a quest and you get, like, the crown of Nagash, then you get his, maybe then you get access to the Tomb King units. And when you get Alakanesh, the staff of Nagash, maybe you get access to the Vampire Coast units. Or whatever, just tie them behind, like, different items and stuff. Mandalore Gaming's Total War Warhammer 2 review? Yes. It's such a good video.
Caledor's champion.
Okay, let's actually go beat up Gordonar then.
Dragon Prince.
Y'all got so mad at me for not having a Sun Dragon in my army. Let's go get a new Sun Dragon. Oh, fuck this one. Okay. We can win this one. It's super rough. Thankfully, actually, this will be easier than it normally is. Because Gordonar, the problem with Gordonar is he has a bunch of freaking phoenixes in his army. And because he has so many phoenixes, they all have really, really, really high fire resistance. So Imrik has an ability that you get that gives his entire army fire damage. So if you have that ability and then you try and fight Gordonar with Imrik, it's actually really hard. Because his army takes forever to kill. But I really like Gordonar's army, because it's Tomb King statues, some Tomb Guard, and then just a bunch of phoenixes, which is kind of cool. Alright, we're just going to go spank him. I don't think I can beat him to the high ground, so let's kind of go over here. Imrik is so fucking small. Well, yeah, because I don't have my super badass dragon yet. Don't worry, though, he's coming. Oh, in case y'all haven't seen these guys, these are one of the new Regiments of Renown in multiplayer and campaign. These are the Talons of Tor Kaleda. And their badass thing is they have arrows that make you flammable. They deal fire damage, they have fire resistance, and they have martial mastery. So they're actually kind of okay in close combat. But the big thing is that they make anything they hit flammable, which is amazing. Alright. Worry not, though. We've got Brower here to protect us from these mean old fools over here. Oh, I've got my wizard. Run, wizard, run!
Caledor's chosen. A superior advantage.
I don't know if she's gonna make it. She's gonna try, though. There's Gordonar. Despite being a sun dragon, he's a big boy. He is a big boy. Need to get some Sisters of Avalorn? Oh, absolutely. We will definitely get Sisters of Avalorn later on. Alright, here they come. Here comes the Asshole Brigade.
Wolf one mage. I go then.
All archers! Let's focus that War Sphinx.
Wolf one mage.
Fury of the
Spears, let's redeploy a bit. Imrik, go kick the ass of that Tomb Scorpion. Alright, Gordonar now has further fire abilities, because he's Gordonar, whatever. What are we going to do about it?
Wolf one mage.
to battle!
Brewer, go after those phoenixes. Ah! Dragon Princess, let's go! You two, take out that unit. Oh gosh, here they come.
Dragon Princess!
This is gonna get super messy.
High mage. Winds of magic rise. Wolf one
Need to
mage.
get rid of those phoenixes.
Pull back!
Archers!
Prince Imrik!
Sound the dragon horn. Lock down all enemies.
The dragon's roar!
Spellcaster.
Archer, understood!
Archers, let's get rid of these pigeons, please. Okay, Tomb Scorpion's gone. That's awesome.
As you say. Prince Imrik!
Imrik, go after Gordonar.
The glory of Imrik!
Let's get some big old poison breath. Ugh. Okay, maybe not. Try again. What are you doing? There we go. Ugh. Nice. Take out that Hydra Titan for me. Archers, the dragon!
Dragon Princess! Understood! For our ancestors! Setting forth! Archers! As you say,
Hey, we killed it!
Asher advance!
Quit running, you goofs.
Acknowledge! Asher forward!
Wolf one mage.
He's getting away!
Dragon Prince!
Son of a bitch.
Crown Prince moving! Move! Phoenix Sun! Dragon Princess!
Oh, he's going after Brewer.
Kill them! Slay them!
Oh, it's a dragon fight! Bring it down, bring it down! Yeah, there it goes.
Archers!
Alright, Gordonar, Champion of the Flame, is no more. And, well, for a few minutes. We will resurrect him.
Prince Imrik! Apace! Behold the majestic dragon's rage!
Alright, most of the phoenixes are dead. Which is good. Alright, there we go. So fall the undead legions, and the birds are gonna run for their lives.
The enemy are driven off, my lord.
The dragon I fought doesn't have rebirth, does it? Gordonar? I don't think so, but we'll check it here in a second, because we're about to get access to him. Do the dragon types dictate how powerful they are in the lore? Yes. Depending on the species of dragon. So, like, sun to star dragons are the same species, it's just determined by their age. So, sun dragons are the youngest and the weakest, but they're also the fastest. Moon dragons are, like, they're very well-rounded. And then star dragons are slow as shit, but they're, like, god tier strong and tough.
Fit only for service. Sacrifices to Caledor.
Yeah, let's rain some captives.
Nothing stands.
And we got Gordonar. So now, Imrik has 14% speed and perfect vigor. Woo! We also got his Fury for 20 turns, and we got the Sun Shard. Whoever bears the Sun Shard gets Rage as a passive, and also gets the ability to use, Flames of whatever the fire buff spell is. This one, Flaming Sword of Ruin. Alright, piercing bolts burning. What type of item is that? Oh, yes. Oh, no, I can't wear it. I have too many items that, like, take up abilities. Get rid of that potion of strength. Give me that sun shard. Oh, now I have rage. Which rage is so good. I love it. 1.5 more levels and we get access to Manathnir. Let's go ahead and activate the Invocation of Eldrazor. That way we get more experience. Hey, Lore Master, do I think greater demons like the Vermin Lord should be summons instead of units? No, they should be units. Absolutely be units. I could see an ability, like an army ability, that maybe summons one for a little bit, but they should absolutely be units. How would I rank all High Elf Legendary Lord Canes best to worst? As far as the most fun, I think, the most fun ranking-wise, I would say right now, Imrik is the most fun. Followed by... oh, gosh. Okay, Imrik is the most fun. Then Tyrion. Then Eltharion. Then Alariel. Then Alithanar. No. Alithanar. Then Alariel. And then... Teclis. That's how I would rank them. Alright. Oh, we can get Blazing Lance. Blazing Lance makes it so that all of my attacks grant flammable. Not just when my item is active. And then give me Dragonheart. No, give me Vol's Armaments. So all the units in my... look how much... I have 174 armor on horseback. That is hysterical. Try and touch this boy.
Loyalty is all.
He may be an elf, but man, he is made of iron. What does the new Sun Dragon do for you? Oh yeah, we gotta recruit him. We're gonna have all the dragons. How does Imrik even hit with his lance when riding a dragon? Practice. You just go for the pokes when you can, dude. That's why I will say his lance on his tabletop model was comically large. Like the lances they would use on dragons were huge. And it was like you would just lean and hope you could hit somebody. But typically if you had a lance on a dragon, your job was to use it for poking other things that would try and come close to you. Hey, thanks Theris1232 and Chris93 for using your Twitch Prime subs. Also, Will the Thriller. I think the Rune of Wrath and Ruin should have both the effects of the Warp Grinder, with the slowness being secondary to the ground breaking up. That could be an interesting interpretation of it. Like, he hits the Anvil of Doom and it causes, like, the earth to start crumbling around him. And do, like, a lot of damage. That could be fun. Alright, let's get rid of an archer unit. And give me Gordonar. So Gordonar's gimmick... oh no, Gordonar does have it. You're right. So Gordonar does have rebirth. So if he gets down to the last 10% of his health, he has a chance to just immediately come back to life. And get a bunch of health. He also has Vanguard deployment and then like a goofy amount of resistances to everything. Now we have 2 super dragons. Alright, let's start heading for the Shattered Cove. Because that's going to be a whole journey in and of itself. Out of the forces of Order, who has the strongest military in the lore? If they could set aside their differences and get their shit together, the Empire has the strongest military. Because the Empire kind of steals a little bit from everybody. In that they have really powerful magic, they have really powerful war machines, they have like decent advanced technology compared to other races. You know what? Let's go do our quest battle, actually. Yeah, let's just knock that out. Because this'll... oh, no. Wait, I forgot. I want to have Manathnir for the fight. It's not as cool of a fight without Manathnir, because the challenger that's challenging Imrik is a really fun fight. Oh, hey, Chant. What are you and your little slave army doing there, bro? It'll be no boop. So falls Chant, the greatest of them all. Yeah, Theris, so, Imrik in the Mortal Empires campaign gets access to Dragon Princes ridiculously early. Because you just go to Darkhold, and in Darkhold you get this tier 3 building that lets you recruit Dragon Princes. It's awesome.
Greatest of the
Oh, it's time! Menathnir. And I can also get Ashen Fields. Ashen Fields makes it so that all enemy units get minus 20% weakness to fire damage. And I get 10% weapon strength. We got him! We got the big boy!
The rats will be defound.
Another bolt.
The dragon shall wake.
Alright, we'll take this.
Easy. They will.
And then next turn, we'll go do my quest battle.
I claim it.
New masters, welcome.
Oh, hey! So, we can take over Caledor now. We've taken enough settlements. Your allies in Caledor are ready to move and reassert your control. But they report a problem. The opposing houses, though pathetically incompetent in matters of war, have proven to be adept politicians, purchasing friends and allies across Ulthuan with luxurious gifts. Cracking down on the miscreants could result in a dangerous backlash against you. Galling as it may be, you could seek to counter their influence by expending your own, or you could allow the noble faction to remain in control, for now, and seek to restore order via other means. So we could do continued independence, which is that we gain a bunch of influence, but we do not get control of Caledor. We could do a firm hand, where we just slap them, and that lets us take over, but we get a bunch of negatives to the other High Elves. A targeted approach, which is that we kind of smooth over some with a little bit of influence, but everyone, we don't take any penalties. Or we could do favors abound, which is just I out-politic the hell out of them and get a bunch of bonuses with the other High Elves, which we're going to do that. Alright, so I now have control of Caledor.
Can I offer assistance?
Yes, you're fired. And I control the entire province. Happy day. Get rid of this. I will allow that to stay for now. Get rid of this. Also get rid of this. Good. Alright, so what is this?
High Elven Archmage.
Get out of here. You're fired. You're all fired. And I leveled up again. Awesome. Give me Dragonheart for fire resistance and Astride the Battlefield for Super Cav.
Imrik.
Good. Could Imrik on his dragon defeat Malekith on his dragon? Yes. So Christian CC, Imrik is actually a fairly important character in a lot of the well-written High Elf stories, because Malekith is terrified of Imrik. Malekith never wanted to fight Imrik under any circumstance. It's actually noteworthy that every time Imrik would show up to the battlefield, Malekith would run away. And the reason for that is because Imrik is the true herald of Caledor, and he is the strongest with the Dragon Song, which is the magical power with which the elves are able to communicate with dragons. Imrik is so good at dealing with dragons that he's literally so powerful to the point that he makes it where dragons cannot attack him. Even if a dragon wanted to attack Imrik, it could not. And that scared Malekith a lot. You know, he wanted nothing to do with that. So Malekith would always just run away from him. Because he knew Imrik would kick the shit out of him.
This place could use a volcano.
Did you hear what he just said? This place could use a volcano. Oh, another underway interception. How unfortunate for you. Goodbye. Alright, time to go get the armor of Caledor. Does that also work on black dragons? It works on all dragons. All dragons. Also, I need to make sure to spend a lot of influence on Tyrion.
Barely worth slaughter.
Okay, greenskins are being greenskins. Let's see. Tyrion does not like me right now. Improve relations. Do it again. Do it again. Better. Because we want to make absolutely sure that Tyrion does not start a war with us. Oh, Dragon Pact! This is the best ability you can get on Imrik. So Dragon Pact gives him Piercing Bolts of Burning for free, which is the strongest spell in the lore of fire. So that's awesome. Then give me... Let's start with Vanguard Master, so I can get my Dragon Princes to God tier. Arcane Conduit.
Master of Dread.
And we head for the Haunted... Oh, wait, no. Quest Battle.
Follow the dragon.
So, tell me, chat. Even the Emperor Dragons? Yes, even the Emperor Dragons. Tell me, chat. Can any of you tell me who would be the most hated enemy of Caledor, the nation of Caledor, with their love of dragons? Who do you think would be the most hated enemy of Caledor that they never got to fight in the lore as far as we know?
Barely worth slaughter.
How do I feel about Imrik having access to a black dragon? It's perfect. It's great. Don't miss my donation. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. Godzilla 2021! How strong would the Lizardmen be if they reclaimed their lost temple cities and spawning pools? If the Lizardmen were able to successfully claim all of their ancient cities, just the ones in Lustria, if they were able to successfully capture and reclaim all of the cities in Lustria, they would literally be unstoppable.
Set for triumph.
Zombie dragons. Ungrim dwarf. Nope, it's not dwarves. Dragon Slayers? Nope, it's not Dragon Slayers. Ungrim? Nope. Nope. No, you're not. No. Galroch? Close. Galroch would be a good one. I think Galroch, the Hyos view him more in a sad sense than an angry sense. Caledor? Nope, it's not a dwarf. It's not a dwarf. Undead? Ah, but what kind of undead? What undead is obsessed with hunting dragons? Necrarch? Oh, so close. So close. Let's go say hi to him. A blood dragon.
Let us wake the dragons.
Brazenly challenged by a blood dragon vampire, Imrik primes himself to fight for his ancestors' honor. The Dragon Prince Scout have scoured the deserted island chosen by the Fiend to be the location of the battle. They report that even now, the vampire dons the gauntlet that once belonged to Caledor I. This affront to Imrik's homeland must be met with annihilation. Then, once the gauntlet is recovered, the armor of Caledor will be ensorcered once more. Enjoy the speech. This is a really good quest battle. It's very fun.
So it is true. The blood dragon dons the lost heirloom of my bloodline. His minions may be many, but when he falls, his control will crumble, along with his shambling minions. The stench of gunpowder and brine is thick in the air, for the Fiend brings undead artillerymen of the sea. Already they have dragged their rickety cannons onto the field. We must be wary of their bombardments. And what is this? He has brought some Druki thralls to battle with him. This vampire certainly knows how to get my attention. This indignity must be met with all the rage of Caledor. The vampire wishes to drink the blood of my allies, the mighty drakes, but he will do no such thing. I shall defeat him and send him and his minions back to their graves.
So not only is this guy a blood dragon lord, but he brought an army of dark elves with him, and he brought an army of vampire coast with him. So this guy is just the biggest douchebag. And this quest battle, if you do not come into this quest battle with Imrik's dragon, it is insanely hard. Alright, let's go kick some ass. We'll let the dark elves chase after us. Let's take out the vampire coast first, seeing as they've got all the gunpowder and ranged weapons. Yes, I'm aware of who the reinforcement name is. I'm aware that Dick Halfmast is on the field. I know, it's very silly. Dragons! And here's Manathnir. For those of you who haven't seen him, he is a badass. Is that a bloated corpse? It is a bloated corpse. Let's kick some ass! Oh no, I forgot the mage!
Spearmen,
Form up!
onward! As you say, it shall be done. By Alario!
Caledor's fury!
The best thing about the Blood Dragon is he does not engage until you kill all his minions. Because he's actually a well-designed AI boss. And I love it. Like, he's so arrogant that he purposefully sits back there and waits for you. Which is just great. I genuinely love it.
Orders received.
Dragon Prince!
Hurry up! Kill the dead! Imrik, make it rain!
Eradicate them!
Boom, 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 boom. Alright, fall back! I am about to rain a hell of a parade on these Dark Elves. He's absorbed all the energy of everybody who's died, so here he comes. Alright, I'm gonna go duel this guy.
Dragon Prince!
Let's go!
Might of the volcano!
Come here, you rude boy. Oh, bro, you're not getting away.
The glory of Imrik!
Look how much bigger Manathnir is to this zombie dragon.
Glorious challenge!
He's like, dear God! Oh yeah, Dragon Princes, kill the Dark Elves.
Loyal, without fail.
You nerds, let's go deal with the undead. Ooh, Blood Knights.
Dragon Princess!
Scython, hear me!
Where are you going, you doofus?
The dragon's roar!
No, harpies!
Glory!
Outward Mage!
It shall be done! For Azorian! Following orders! Dragon Princes!
Oh, Dick Halfmast is still alive. What a surprise. Okay, Gordnar, you go get the Vargolf. Thrower, you get down here.
Prince Imrik!
They're still fighting. Boop.
My lord!
As you are! Bend to my will!
Not the best mage caretaker, are you? No, sadly not.
The light
Finish
of
him!
Caledor!
Boom! And boom. The vampire falls, and with him, so do the undead.
Dragon Princes! Acknowledge!
Good job, team! We'll just fast forward till they all vanish. Which, fun fact, I actually have done a little bit of testing with that quest battle. If you're losing that quest battle in the balance of power, but you manage to kill the vampire lord, all of the undead will insta-crumble after a certain amount of time. So that's nice. Yeah, Undertaker, I do agree. Hmm? He needs the mage on a dragon so he'll remember. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Red Duke is a blood dragon. Uh-huh.
They will rebuild.
Alright, we got the Armor of Caledor. Yay! Which the Armor of Caledor is one of the most overpowered pieces of armor in the game. Look at this! Look at this! You can use it 3 times per battle, and every time you use it, it gives you max vigor back and 1,000 hit points, and brings all of your abilities off cooldown. Look at this! It's so broken! It's hysterical how broken it is. No, it is not in multiplayer, for anyone wondering. Oh, I leveled up twice. Let's get Sky Master, so our dragons are even better. Well, I already have Perfect Vigor. That's true. But still, 1,000 hit points 3 times? That's goofy as shit.
All Caledor rejoices.
But you can't use that in multiplayer, so that's thankfully it's not gonna like bust the game in half. Alright. We'll heal up for a turn, and then we'll go finish off Deathmaster Snikch. Cannot move for 20 seconds? You don't need to move. You can literally just breathe fire at people, or summon fire from the sky with your Dragon Pact ability. Moving is overrated. What are some good stories that feature Imrik? The best book that features all of the High Elf characters, actually, except Elithnar. Elithnar is the only one not in it. But a good book that features most of the High Elf characters is called The Sons of Aurelian. The Sons of Aurelian is a 2-part story that features Imrik, Tyrion, Teclis, Alariel, Corhill, Caradryan, and I believe Sea Lord Island is in it. And there's somebody else in it. But it's a ride. Like, the Sons of Aurelian is one of the best books ever published for Warhammer Fantasy. You know what? I want to get rid of this because I want to get something else going. Pig Barter's gonna rebel.
Dragon shall wake.
Those ingrates. Come here, Snikch. Proxy Marine, thanks so much for the nice words, my dude. Would I like to see the Wood Elves get high dark magic or the lore of Athel Loren? McKinchy, here's my proposition. I would like for the oh my god, Savage Orcs too? This is like a really bad party happening here. All sorts of nasty stuff. My proposition would be to add Queen Ariel in the game. So I want Queen Ariel to be like Lord Croak, right? So Queen Ariel should be a legendary hero that everyone has access to. So you get Queen Ariel, and my proposal would be for her to... Does this increase mage ranks faction-wide? No, it's only local. Okay. Well, in that case, just do growth. My proposal would be for Ariel to be like a Lord Croak type hero. And her focus would be that she alone has the full lore of Athel Loren. So she has like all the lore of Athel Loren spells. And then the normal Wood Elves would get access to all 8 battle lores and the lords of high magic and dark magic. Boom, done. Is Eltharian's Warden Cage ability available in multiplayer? Co-op campaigns, yes, I believe so. Come back here, you jerk. Man, slippery rats, dude. Oh, we can upgrade the Fortress of Vorak. Nice. I'm close to getting a new wizard, who I will like much more than my old wizard. What the fuck? Don't. I don't want to click on Tyrion. Okay, there we go. Yes, give me growth. Infinite growth. Undertaker, Yeah, if they ever did a rework for Thorgrim, I would really like them to take another whack at the Throne of Power for Thorgrim Grudgebearer. I hate that it doesn't do anything. Like, it's just part of his model, but it has no effect. Like, it needs to be much better in campaign. Does Imrik also get Forest Dragons? You get a Regiment of Renowned Forest Dragon, who I already have in my army. Does Skymaster affect all dragons? Yes. You can see that their stats have been noticeably improved.
They will.
You wish we had aerial dual animations? There are animations for dragons fighting dragons. We just weren't lucky enough to get it triggered, I guess.
Caledor wakes.
Managing 2 empires at the same time. Zahondo, thanks so much for the super chat tip, my dude. Who do I think will be the other 3 to 4 Chaos Dwarf Lords other than Drashoath and Astrogoth? I would be very surprised if Chaos Dwarves got more than 4. But my current suspects for Chaos Dwarves would be Astrocath Ironhand, Drashoath the Ashen. I forget what his name is, but there's a Hobgoblin special character. So a Hobgoblin character, and then Shartor the Executioner, or a CA original Bull Centaur special character. Those would be my current predictions. So your like pseudo monstrous lord would be, or like your monstrous character would be Shartor the Executioner. But you would have, we want Heart of the Flame, stand your ground. But you would have, you know, the Goblin character would be really fun while opening up some, like, really weird armies. And then you'd have, Drashoath the Ashen as your true monstrous character, because he would have monstrous mounts with his, with the Bale Taurus. Or the Great Taurus, I forget if his mount is a Great Taurus or a Bale Taurus. I want to say it's a Bale Taurus. Because I think Bale Taurus are the bigger ones. And then Astrogath Ironhand would be the faction leader, or the racial leader, and like, you know, would be more of like the super crazy golem. Not golem, but he's got like, a lot of his body is turned to stone. He's got like mechanical parts and all sorts of crazy shit. How big are Bull Centaurs? Bull Centaurs are in the ballpark of Demigryphs. With their mounts, with their riders included. So they're monstrous cav. Can your mage be on a sun dragon? Yes, I don't know what level. Let me check. Ah, new dragon has been sighted. Level 22. We got a noble? Oh. Hello. Oh yeah, I guess you could be helpful to me. Dude, Skaven, stop! Just die. Oh, new dragon. Oh, see, here's the forest dragon I was telling you about earlier. Do I think they'll handle Lord Packs differently for Warhammer 3? Probably not. Oh, wait. I meant to read that. Oh, here we go. To most elves, most mortal men are unremarkable in their appearance, but when a Norscan marauder is spotted near to the camp, it does not go unnoticed. As you approach the bearded, burly man, you can see clearly he is weather-beaten from many battles, unsurprisingly for his ilk. But strangely, his tattoos bear the imagery of dragons, a far cry from the chaos etchings typically scarred into the skin of most of these primitive, misguided men. The marauder grunts in a barely understandable primitive tongue that he is the herald of Lamaru, a legendary moon dragon of great power known to dwell with the monsters of the cold, frozen north. Such a powerful dragon is worth reaching out to, but what message would I send back to him? I'm going to challenge him, and I'm going to go punch him in the face.
Let us wake the dragons.
He summons in a lot of mammoths, if you don't kill him fast enough. BT dubs.
Always do.
Just here, how have I progressed so fast to turn 40? I'm fast. I don't know. I have an SSD, and I'm good at making very quick decisions. Wait, what would a Hobgoblin Lord do? Allow you to have a really goofy build based around lots and lots of Hobgoblins?
It will be done.
Like, maybe he would make hobgoblins into, like, a hyper-elite type unit thing, and he would allow for unique campaign mechanics that you normally wouldn't get with Chaos Dwarves.
Archers, it will be done.
Maybe it'd be, like, a lot faster, or would be based on, like, ambush and stealth mechanics, which Chaos Dwarves rarely get to rely on.
Ulf one mage.
Fury of
Go kick his ass, Imrik! Oh, he's got a Frost Worm and a Frost Phoenix with him. Alright, let's send out the dragons. Is there a good book for lore on Kislev? Not in many, many years. Probably the best book that's still around is a short story called Blood on the Ice, which is about the end times. Alright, the dragon duels have started. I'm gonna beeline for this boy.
glory of Imrik.
Quit ignoring me, you jerk! The rudeness! Volley!
Dragon princes, without fail.
Dragon princes, all these guys are large entities, so go have fun.
Orders received. It shall be done.
Spellcaster.
Do that.
Lakoi Soraya.
Make it rain!
Dragons roar.
Sound the horn! Alright, no more Frostworm. He's going after that Frost Phoenix.
Dragon princes, without fail.
Oh, they came way around the flank.
It will be done.
Spearmen! To the flank!
Moving out.
Brewer, get out of there.
Ulf one mage. Winds of magic rise.
Acknowledge. Without fail.
Aim sideways.
As you said, to the fray.
Ready. Cyclone, hear me.
Good lord, just die, dude. Okay. Down he goes.
Might of the volcano.
So do not take the dragons that you fight with Imrik as like the canonical size of those dragons. You have to keep in mind that the dragons that Imrik is fighting are all like super special legendary dragons.
Dragon princes.
So when you fight them as bosses, they are very, very big. But they get smaller once you actually recruit them into your faction.
It shall be done. Forward.
Reform the line! Reform the line!
Duty. Onward.
Oh, Silver and Guard, dude. You guys are like way over pursuing. Ah!
For duty. For Ulfwa.
For Rohan! But we have way more armor and magical protection than those guys did.
The enemy are driven off, my lord.
If the unique dragons die, can they be replaced? They count as regiments of renown. So if the legendary dragons die, you just have to wait a certain amount of turns and then they come back. Well, the special thing about the unique dragons is not generally their stat lines. It is that most of them have some kind of unique ability and their resistances are goofy as hell. Alright, so we defeated Lamoureux. So we got Essence of the Eclipse, which gives Imrik 12 melee attack and 20% bonus weapon strength. We got Lamoureux's Blood, which gives physical resistance to my entire army for 20 turns and vigor loss reduction. We got the Moon Touch Spear, which gives 50 AP, frostbite attacks, and wind blast to whoever wields it. And we have Lamoureux unlocked. which I'm going to put in a different army, because I do not want to go too crazy with having all of my dragons in one army, because I think that's a little silly. I like to split them up a bit. So let's go sword player and Ward of Loek for that sweet, sweet missile resist. Mage bro, who I'm inevitably going to fire. I'm so sorry, but it's going to happen.
Dragon Prince.
And then I want you to move really
Onward
close to
for
that
Caledor.
Skaven.
Follow me to glory.
I await your command.
What do we unlock? Ooh, Greater Invocation of Vault. Give me another super item. Hopefully arcane. Nothing arcane. Diamond Guardian Phoenix is very good, though. So is the Chest of Sustenance, but Chest of Sustenance has to be on a Lord, I believe. Yeah, let's take the Diamond Guardian Phoenix. So that'll give my entire army, that gives my entire army physical resistance. Here, Mage, you can sit all decked out until I fire you. Moontouch Spear is worse than Masamun's Pride. Well, the Moontouch Spear does give you frostbite attacks, which is very, very, very good on a combat-focused character. Frostbite is sexy. Are frostworms considered dragons or dragon-like? They are a species of dragon, but since they have 2 heads, that means they're derived from chaos dragons. Twin heads means you're part of the chaos dragon lineage. Does anyone know the specific trigger for Archaon showing up in Mortal Empires? It's generally the size of your empire. Like, once you've achieved, like, a certain power rank / you have a certain amount of territory, you get the ability to,
Follow the dragon.
or he'll come out and fight. Okay, let's move. See, this is what makes Clan Ashen so annoying. He's literally reproducing these armies as fast as I can slap them. But that's okay, because we're almost to his, we're almost to his ballpark, and then we'll finish him off. Should Dragon Slayers be heroes or a unit? I think Dragon Slayers should be a very elite unit, and then Demon Slayers should be a hero. Do I prefer having the Regiment of Renowned Dragons or Mistwalker units? I think the Regiment of Renowned Dragons are more fun, but the Mistwalkers are more powerful. And you could also have a lot more of them. Are Chaos Dragons specifically associated with Tzeentch? The original most Chaos Dragons are associated with Tzeentch. That being said, it is not unusual to see a Chaos Dragon that for whatever reason has signed up with a different Chaos God, or bears the mark of a different Chaos God, or is ridden by the champion of a different Chaos God. So, like, you could be a champion of Nurgle or a champion of Khorne, you could still ride a Chaos Dragon, despite the fact that those gods do not like each other. Okay. Doing good. Make Tyrion like me some more. We're just gonna be spending all of our influence on Tyrion. Why aren't I trading with the High Elves? I don't know if I can yet. Because I think my capital is the Fortress of Vorag. And they, CA, for whatever reason, opened up a new ocean area that does not connect to the actual ocean. So, I don't think I can trade with them. Let me double check. Whoops. Yeah, no, see? I can't. The only person I can trade with is Haggrave. Krokkar. We can try making nice with Krokkar. We should be bros, bro. Yeah, okay, we'll work on him. Okay, we got a non-aggression pact with Krokkar. All is well.
Standing by.
Caledor's chap.
Okay, we'll deal with the greenskins later. Haunted Forest, you belong to me now.
Join
Yoink.
the Oath Keeper.
Get rid of that.
strategy beyond combat.
Give me Blade Master. You Sun Dragon! Yeah, we got a Dragon Mage. Even though I'm gonna fire her in a little bit, but we have her for a little bit, so that's nice. Research. We are running out of stuff.
The dragon shall wake.
How to implement the Glotkin? Oh, I don't know, dude. The Glotkin are gonna be super complicated. Oh, Nick, it was okay. Gotcha. What difficulty is this? No, this is hard campaign, hard battle. Because that's like I find that to be the most like comfortable if you're just like trying to have a good time and show stuff off. All right, let's go ahead and kill Vicious Grobspit here.
Master of drakes.
Run all you want. It's not gonna do you any good.
Caledor wakes.
Snikch, I have come to put you down.
I am their doom.
Because you almost assuredly have rabies, and I'm sick of your crap. Why not give my mage the legendary weapon? I guess I could.
Crown Prince.
Flayed Rock. And it's gone. And it's gone.
The last Phoenix.
Yay! Clan Eshin no longer has a base. Thank the Lord. And we've secured the flank of our empire, which is really important.
Greatest of the dragon princes.
Lord of Dragons. Such a good debuff. Minus 24 melee attack and minus 40 melee... Minus 24 melee defense and minus 40 melee attack on a select enemy. Then give me Blade Shield, because I want to get my melee defense above 100 if I can. Because why not? Let's put another point in Burning Head. Then double check on how things are going in Ulthuan. They're going well. Good. Are there any demon princes of Tzeentch we know of in the lore? Ooh, a demon prince of Tzeentch? I will say that in Warhammer Fantasy, demon princes are much more rare than they are in 40k. 40k has like a billion demon princes. But in fantasy, they are a much more rare creature. I mean, I'm sure there are some. I cannot think of one just flat off the top of my head, however.
The vile rodents are everywhere. Let us wait. Oh.
Alright. Clan Eshin is dead. Praise be. Praise be.
Glory awaits.
All is well in the world. Because there are no more Skaven. Alright, next we'll punt Malus Darkblade into oblivion. And then we actually get to start exploring the Darklands.
Noble son of Ulthuan. The enemy will pay.
Why would I fire the Fire Mage if she's that bad? No, it's just I can make a better one.
Breeding will out. You have my attention.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Rats make poor foemen.
Onward for Caledor.
I almost have enough money that I could start a new army. In Ulthuan. Nearly there. On terms of the duelist, who is better? Imrik, the Red Duke, or Squid Boy? In terms of a raw duelist, the best duelist in like a pure combat scenario would probably be the Red Duke. Can we make the Mage immortal? No, because I'm going to fire her and I don't want her always coming back. Thoughts on possibly having Cathay for Warhammer 3? That would be awesome. I would love to see Cathay be in the game. For the love of God, give her immortality. No. Now I really don't want to because I can see how much it bothers you all. Skill dump? Yeah, so I'm using a mod that makes it so that lords get 2 skill points instead of only 1 skill point, because I find that it makes the AI a much more satisfying opponent. And also lets me just get my lords to be like ridiculously overpowered, which I really enjoy. But to prep for that, they add the skill dump skill to make sure that if you accidentally run out of slots, that you don't run into like a problem. The skill dump is not official. That's a mod. Is this with or without radius? This is without radius. I do not use overhaul mods. I only use little mods. Itty bitty mods. What is her trait that I don't like? Her trait is dampener. It's not a horrible trait, but it's not a great trait either. The one I want is incendiary. So if I go to mage, fire, there it is. Boom.
Loyalty.
You're fired after I take off your items. You're fired. And then from the Fortress of Vorag. Oh, I gotta run away. Yes! Yes! Alright, armor. Have that. Have that. Have that. Have that. That. There you go. So the incendiary trait gives me all the melee stats. So she's actually very, very good in close combat.
The dragon shall wait.
I will pick her up before we go fight Malus Darkblade. Also, we're actually going to pick up a second hero. Let's get a handmaiden in this army. Charge bonus and weapon strength for my entire army? Yes, please.
Handmaiden of the Everqueen.
Yes! And get rid of all my archers. And get rid of those white lions. Alright. This actually feels like betrayal. Someone in chat's like, how could he do that? Sorry, not sorry. What can I say? I'm a cruel master. He gives up 20 skill points and a dragon just for a trait. What can I say?
Witness my stride. A simple crusade.
My powers Deathmaster grant me your
My protection is yours.
All right, we've got Imrik's harem.
Dishonorable.
We've got the harem for Imrik, so that's nice. Put her in my second army. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. She's dead. she's gone. She's gone forever. I'm sorry. We told her to commit seppuku. Seppuku? Seppuku? What does Imrik think of Malekith? Imrik absolutely hates his guts. Imrik hates Malekith more than most people. Let's make Krokar like us more. Hey, Krokar, we should be friends. Today's prophecy. The reptile's reliance on prophecy and stellar arrangements makes them susceptible for subtle manipulations. Using the wind of his ear, we could slightly alter the skies and bring the lizard into the... Oh, wow. That's, man, that's some pretty high-tier manipulation, I'm not gonna lie. Change the very stars themselves to be like, hey, the sky says we should be friends. Who could beat Imrik in the lore? Imrik's biggest threat would just be really powerful, very powerful wizards. What do I think about a legendary Dread Saurian monster hunt? If they ever did a DLC or a free LC or DLC update for Norska, I would love for Norska to get like a god tier upgrade to their, or a god tier area for their monster hunts. That's literally just like, it should be god tier hunts, but it should be like Idol of Gork, Dread Saurian, like just like the super colossal, just scary stuff. I would love that. That would be really fun.
There will be carnage.
They need to put someone in Skeggy? Yeah, that would be nice. Is ice magic dark magic? No. Ice magic and dark magic are very different. Ice magic is using the natural magic of the land of Kislev, and it's a very ancestral form of magic, whereas dark magic is literally you take all the 8 winds of magic and go, and then just shoot whatever the shit comes out at your opponent. And it's very, very dangerous to use. Let's see. Eagles, Lions, Reavers, Lothern Sea Guard. I don't have any of these units, but I just need to get stuff, so let's go this way. Gimme! Yes! Gimme those Sisters of Avalorn. It's Ladies' Night, chat. It is Ladies' Night. Alright, that seems like a reasonable army to me. We've got, like, super heavy infantry, God-tier Dragon Princes, bonus dragons, and Sisters of Avalorn. And then we've got some fire boys that make everything flammable. Love it. Love it.
What news?
Oh shit, forgot that dude. Ow, I'm out of money.
May gaze upon my glory.
What's up? Military alliance? Yes. I concur. Expanding the harem? Yep. What the hell makes Kislev so special? That would take a very long time to explain. What the hell was that? Are fire and sun dragons the same? No. There are specific breeds of dragons, like you could think of them as like red dragons from D&D, where they are red in coloration and they breathe fire. They are not necessarily the same as sun dragons. A lot of the like biggest, scariest dragons that are very, very old tend to be what we would think as a red dragon. The most famous red dragon I can think of would be Grog the Terrible, who's obviously based on Smog, which Grog the Terrible was like a really big, scary dragon. Which mod do I use for the double perk? It will not break the DLC release, otherwise I wouldn't be using it, but I imagine it'll be fixed or updated very, very quickly. I will post it somewhere. I'll post it like on the Discord or something. Oh, give me that potion. Oh wait, no, I can't have it. That's right. I have too many active items. All right, let's go punch Malus Darkblade in the face a bunch of times.
Smash it to ruins.
While this guy's just gonna keep stealing influence from him. Oh, nice. We can get. Oh no, I can't afford it. Krokgar, trade with me, please. I need a friend who has a trade port. Yay! We can trade. Praise be, Krokgar is finally letting us trade. Sure. I'll go to war with. I will go to war with the Cult of Pleasure. Did they change the faction name of Lothern? Yes, they're Etain now, which is the name of the actual kingdom, as opposed to naming it Lothern, which is just the city. Doesn't military alliance keep you from confederating because it adds a Tyrian strength level? Not necessarily. If you just spam influence on Tyrion, you get to a high enough rank. As long as you're a higher strength rank than him, then you'll be able to confederate without too many issues.
I miss the peaks of Caledor.
Okay, I don't think I need... Yeah, I do not need a garrison in Pig Barter anymore. I do still want one in the Shattered Cove, but everything else is fine.
Standing by.
Okay, let's have you go all the way down to Dragonfang
I
Mountain.
know the way.
Or Mount. Krokgar versus Imrik, who would win? That would be good for an episode, wouldn't it? You thought I was going to answer it. what kind of dragon uses beast magic. I imagine it would probably be called either an amber dragon or some variant on the color amber.
Loyalty is rewarded.
Way to level up. Let's get replenished troops and scouting. You think Malus Darkblade is like crapping his pants yet? You just look outside and you just see like this colossal army of dragons just coming right for you.
Valiant.
Where is he?
A resounding success.
Yes, steal all that dark elf influence.
Strategy beyond compare.
What can I build in Pig Barter? I guess I could put in a grove. The Shattered Cove will just do money. Kabam? Yeah, people have been confederating fine in my games. In the lore, what evil races are... What? Who are considered the most evil races? What evil races slash the ones that are considered evil are the most... Okay, yeah, so the most evil races would be...
The dragon shall
the most evil, period, are the Demons of Chaos.
summary execution.
After the Demons of Chaos, you would have... See, I would say Demons of Chaos are number 1.
This is my death.
I would say Skaven come in number 2, just because of all the like horrible shit that Skaven do to the people they capture, and like all the creatures and their own species. Rank 3, I would give to the Dark Elves, being like the ultimate slave race that travels the world to capture people, and they are just horrible and are hardcore sadists. Number 4, I would say, are the Chaos Dwarves. Another hardcore slavery race that only cares about, like, torturing people to further their own ambitions, which is mostly demon smithing and using people's souls and blood and agony to craft really powerful weapons. And number 5 would probably be the Warriors of Chaos. Because at the end of the day, their goal is to basically burn down the planet and say a big F you to anybody that doesn't want to die horribly.
I find glory wherever I fight.
Isn't Nagash more evil? The Nagash is a little tricky, because the thing about Nagash that makes him kind of complicated is that Nagash wants a world that is quiet. Like, he wants a world where nothing unpredictable happens. There's no suffering. There's no, there's no pain. There's no sorrow. There's no nothing. It's just Nagash. And everything is controlled by Nagash. So, saying that he is evil is accurate, but he has a very complicated form of evil, because in a sense, Nagash sees what he's doing as merciful. Whereas, like, all the other guys are just flat out evil and don't give a shit. Alright, another Dragon Herald has arrived. You approach a hooded figure, seemingly out of place in these parts, shambling through the region. Though you do not see their face, the stench of death lingers heavily around them, and they speak as if they were doing so with their last dying breath. They tell you that they are a herald of Shakalot, a legendary black dragon of necromantic power known to be worshipped by the undead minions it controls. Such a powerful dragon is worth reaching out to, but what message would you have with the herald and send back to its master?
I will prove.
We're gonna slap him! Shakalot is really fun. I like Shakalot. We will go get him after we take Dreadrock next turn.
Onward for Caledor. March for Caledor.
Noble lord, smash it to ruins.
Nice job, dude. Keep it up. More money. What do we got going on in Ulthuan? Yeah, we can upgrade Val's Anvil. Yes. Yeah, Nagash is lawful evil. Nagash is like the most hardcore lawful evil in the universe. Oh yeah, Beastmen. I guess I would put Beastmen above Warriors. Well, I don't know. Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen kind of do a lot of the same stuff. Yes, Beastmen do have a very nasty relationship with captured people, especially women. But that also applies to all of the other factions I named. Like, I don't know what you think Dark Elves are doing with something called a Cult of Pleasure, but I can tell you it's not consensual and it's not great.
I decree death. They will know. I claim it for Caledor. You may look upon me.
At least Beastmen are like primordial mutants that are been like twisted out of their own mind, so they kind of have an excuse. Not a great excuse, but yeah, let's do Speed of Assuring. Burning Head. And let's get rid of one of these units of Sisters of Avalorn and replace them with these ones. Boom! How are Silver Guard compared to Phoenix Guard? Okay, Phoenix Guard are just, like, objectively better. Okay. Yeah.
Greatest of the Dragon Princes.
So at some point, we will replace all of the Silver Guard with Phoenix Guard. When the time comes.
Dark-hearted fools. I will dispatch them.
Critical success. Nice, dude. I don't need the Invocation of Aisha right now. What would I say to a Centaur Legendary Lord for the Beastmen? Mornington Crescent, I don't know if you know he exists, but there is one called Goros Warhoof, and Goros Warhoof is awesome.
Well,
I would love him as a Legendary Lord.
Dragon Prince's time.
What's up, bro? Sure. Alright, so we are now fighting Nagaron, so we need to hurry up and take these islands before Malekith shows up. Can Imrik control Chaos Dragons to any degree? I would not say that Imrik can control Chaos Dragons, but Imrik's power with the Dragon Song is so strong that he could prevent a Chaos Dragon from attacking him, yes.
I have slain countless.
There will be carnage.
Which was one of the most overpowered abilities in Tabletop, by the way. If you took Imrik in 6th edition, he literally had a special rule, Lord of the Dragons, which made it so that no dragons could attack him or his mount. So, like, if Imrik ended up fighting something like Malekith or Galrach or something, you would just be like, "Can't attack me, bro," and then you just stab him in the face. Well, I think Goros Warhoof, I think, would make a good free LC character. I would... Tarak's better be a DLC. I am going to be so upset if we do not get a Beastman Wood Elf DLC. I need it, chat. I need it.
Easy. Too foolhardy.
What is this? Oh, the Lion Standard. Oh, that's cool. Give it to the Phoenix Guard. Make them immune to Psych. Nice. Leadership. You.
Withdraw. Join the king.
Oh, Talisman of Preservation. Nice. I wonder if I want that. I kind of want that more than these. Wait, do I have regen? Regen. No, I do not have regeneration. Give me regeneration. I prefer that over rage. Rank 5. Replenish troops. Rank 5. Scouting. Let's give you ladies some new items. That's fine. Get rid of that for now. Armor. Gambler's armor. Talisman of Preservation. Push of Strength. Nice. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Give me that. Yep, let's go ahead and pop Invocation of Eldrazor, which is going to piss off all the high elves, but whatever, I don't give a shit. We'll use a little bit of something to keep them sweet with us. Where's Yvris? Eltharian's getting kind of mad at us, so let's make sure to invest in him, because I don't want Eltharian to declare war on us. And critical failure. Welp. It's nice while it lasted. Alright, that's going to be upgradable next turn. That's going to be upgradable in 2 turns. Well, we'll be able to advance it in 2 turns. Okay. Goblins are capable of empathy? Very rarely. Most goblins are not. Snikch is one of the only greenskins known in existence who has felt depression. But it is super rare. Most goblins do not have empathy whatsoever. There is, if you ever read Snikch's personal book, which is just called Snikch, there are well-documented relationships that even goblins who are friends are basically still always trying to kill each other and are just, it's like, yeah. Woo! 1,000 weapon strength. Love it. Alright, let's go take Dragonfang Mount. And then we are ready to begin our proper invasion against the Greenskins, which is going to get nuts. And then we'll start our second army in Ulthuan, and our second army in Ulthuan is going to focus on battling the Dark Elves. Was Krokkar pissed off when Grimlock was killed? I don't know. What the heck? That was weird. Alright. So he asked me for non-aggression, and then he declared war on me. So I don't know what's going on there. Are the Tyrion and Teclis books worth a read? Yes. They're the Tyrion and Teclis trilogy set of books is quite fun.
Caledor's champion, as you were.
What was I talking about? Oh, I would say that Krokkar was not super pissed or depressed, because that's just not something the Lizardmen really understand. That's not, like, they do not pull from the same set of emotions we do. So to Krokkar, losing Grimlock was incredibly inconvenient, and it was frustrating for him, because he had a very strong connection with Grimlock, but I would not go so far as to say that he was depressed. If that makes sense. I just don't think depression is a emotion that Krokkar can feel. Even though I was very depressed. I was so upset when Grimlock died. Though Krokkar getting immediate revenge was pretty amazing. Do I have a turn cap? Nope. No turn cap. No caps of any kind. The only thing I cannot do is drag XD1234. I cannot give an impression. Until, I think, like the 19th. I don't know why, that's just the rules. Do skinks feel empathy? No, not really.
Bring them down.
Skinks can like things. Like, they can feel positive feelings towards stuff. And they are very fond of, like, the dinosaurs they help raise and all that stuff. But I would not go so far as to say that they feel, like, empathy for their enemies or for humans or anything like that. Like, lizardmen do not care about you. If you attack Ulthuan, or sorry, if you attack Lustria or the Southlands or whatever, and you run into a lizardman, they are not going to show you mercy under any circumstance. It does not matter. It does not matter how. Yeah, sorry, I don't have bots, Tyrant. I need to hire somebody for YouTube and Twitch who knows how to do bots. I need to pay somebody to get me bots set up. Because that would be very, very handy to have. But man, I am super stupid when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, painfully so. Alright, chat. It's time for us to hire a new lord. So, what I need to know from you guys is what kind of lord should we hire? Do y'all want to see an archmage? Do you want to see a prince or a princess so we can get up to like a griffin mount? Or... oh, those are your only options. Okay, good. We got all the ones that rely on certain techniques. Yes, light ithamel armor. Okay, Twitch is 100% sold on the Archmage. Who is this? No. Malus Darkblade. I knew you'd show up, you little bastard. Go get him. Let's do growth. Nope, that's not growth. Growth. A rebellion in Noblar country? That's fine, I don't care. Okay. Archmage. Got it. Archmage. Okay. Sorry I asked. Alright. Well, actually, chat, now we have a bigger problem. Chat, what kind of Archmage? There are 9. There are 9 Archmages. Shouldn't use language on this Christian stream. Get the fuck out of here. Christian stream. What kind of service do you think I'm running here? Oh no, he used a bad word. Get over it. I do need to try and use better language, but not today. Death. I'm seeing a lot of death. Life. Fire. Metal. I'm seeing a lot of... Oh my gosh, look at all the metal. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Can the prince and princess get a griffin mount? Yes. Prince and princesses do have griffins.
What do you...
Oh, okay, chat. This was a terrible decision. I don't know why I asked y'all's opinion. Here's what I'm gonna do. I've got a D10 right here. Here we go. I've got a D10. And it's a Warhammer themed D10. Oh gosh, where did Malus go? Whatever, I'm gonna go take out his black art. I'm gonna roll a D10 to determine what lore we get, okay? I'm gonna roll a D10 to determine the lore. Because y'all are all over the place. So here we go. We're just gonna do it 1 through 9. Just going, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? And if I roll a 10, I'll reroll. Or if I roll a 10, I'll pick the one I want. So here we go. Here we go. Gastromancy. I don't want that one. I don't want that one either. Sorry, I'm cheating. 9! Okay, a Death Wizard. Perfect. I could deal with the Death Wizard. The first one was... The first one was fire and the second one was high magic. I was like, I don't want those. Alright, so let's go with a Conductor of Death Magic. So there we go. We got the goth girlfriend for everyone that wanted that. And we're gonna go ahead and give her Lamoureux the Frozen Breath. Rigged! I'll pretend like I feel bad if it makes you feel better. Let's get like a lot of White Lion stuff. What's her unique Lord skills? Allow me to show you. So, her big unique Lord skills are starting here. Greater Ward, rank 8, just flat 10% ward save. She starts with Arcane Conduit at level 1. Very nice. Crackling Potency gives you Chain Lightning as a bound spell. Very nice. Absolute Control at rank 14. Minus 10% cooldown to all spell. Minus 25% cost for all spells. Potential Energy, where you normally would get Evasion. So that gives you more Winds of Magic and speed. And the Greater Arcane Conduit as her max tier magic thing. So she's awesome. I will pretend to feel better if you pretend to feel bad. Oh, okay. As long as we're on the same page. Alright, she is going to need a Noble Guardian. But we'll wait until this building's at big rank, because that'll give us a higher rank Noble. Alright, so she is going to be in charge of slapping the Dark Elves. Imrik is chasing after the Black Ark led by Admiral Leech. Wow, that Noble came back super fast. You're going to go look for Malus Darkblade, because I do not know where he went.
I will rouse Caledor's dragons.
This is such power creep. Yeah. Power creep. I'm okay with power creep in campaign, though.
But do not forget, I am also your better.
Oh my god! I am your brother, but do not forget I am also your better. Jeez, Imrik. Tone it down, dude. That's a little much. Little much. At the moment, which is a better caster? Archmage or a Slaawn? I believe the Slaawn are still technically better. But that's probably because I'm biased. Oh my god. Now where did he go?
On what?
Ah!
They are nothing.
Come back here, coward! See if we can trap him in.
We are bound for glory.
Let's move to maybe, like, over
Carried
here.
by waves.
Admiral Leech, you are under arrest.
Noble son of daggers in the dark.
We need to assassinate that hero. There's a Skaven rebellion. Holy crap, I am out of money. Good lord. Oh, there's Malus.
What do you require? You have my attention. The enemy must be punished.
Shoot, slow him down. Oh gosh, forget the Black Arc. Get over here, quick. Daniel Martin. You didn't need to tip for that, dude, but thanks so much. Oh no, he's gonna take it. Part of me thinks I should fight it to try and slow him down, but the rest of me is kind of lazy. Eh. We'll catch up to him, don't worry. Is that a port? It is a port. Awesome. So we can just go straight on there and punch him in the face. How corrupted are Chaos Swords? Are they redeemable? No, Chaos Swords are not redeemable at all. They've gone full into it. Chaos Dwarves went so chaos that they invented their own god. Like, they got Hashit, who is not one of the primary 4 powers. He's like his own thing. Oh, the Fireborn. Very cool. Let's go, Imrik.
The dragon shall wake.
Rank 30. Give me speed. Let's go, Imrik. Let's go. Go, go. Yeah. Give me super walls. Alright, the good news is Malus is trying to recruit, which does buy us a good amount of time to sneak up on him and hit him in the face. Are Dark Elves redeemable? Personally, I don't think so, but they ended up kind of being redeemable in the end times. Like, when stuff really hit the fan, they were like, oh, I guess we do need to sign up with the good guys if we don't all want to just die horribly.
Prince of Caledor.
Malus, I am coming to rain on that parade.
Their life is
And you're gonna like it.
smash it to ruins.
For the Everqueen, lend us your strength.
I'll wait for him to attack me. That's a little too close for my comfort. I'm surprised this place hates us so much. Oh, I already clicked on it.
Infused by Hoet's wisdom.
Spirit Leech and... Actually, wait, no. Let's run all the way up the blue tree first. Like, I need... I do like upkeep production very, very much.
Is set for triumph.
They better add more Slaawn. I'm sure they will.
I was born to commune with dragons, not lesser beings.
Dude, I gotta say, I am really coming to enjoy the amount of shade that Imrik throws. Like, he's got some good, like, just rude things. Is there a new dock along the coast in Krokar's territory? I believe so. I believe they added, like, a lot of ports here. So yeah, so the Serpent Coast is now actually a port. And then they changed Shattered Stone Isle to, and now all 3 of these are ports, when I think it only used to be one of them.
Glory awaits. I await your command. There will be carnage.
Get some last second influence here before we punt this bro into the next universe. Industry buildings, ports, or entertainment. Take that one.
Greatest of the dragon kings.
Goodbye, Malus Darkblade. I hardly knew ye. This is mine now. Oh, plus 30 armor piercing damage. Mwah. That is really nice.
The Assa are troubled.
You may look.
Man, that's like talking dirty to me. That's some good stuff. Alright, they're all thrown a fit over there. That's fine. Oh, we got 2 turns till we get max tier Fortress of Vorag. That's nice. Have any Wood Elves decided to serve Malekith? No, the Wood Elves are bound to Athel-Loren itself. They could not really defect and join one of the other factions even if they wanted to. There's something like really deep inside of them that pushes them to serve. They are physically bound, spiritually and physically bound to the forest. Who's my favorite legendary lord from the new update? Probably Grom the Paunch. Grom is pretty spectacular in just a lot of really silly ways. Alright, all we have to do now is take out Admiral Leech, and there's no more Dark Elves on this side of the planet.
Noble son of Ulthuan.
Which will be really nice. Okay, you are going to go here. I want to know what's going on down there.
Master of drakes. Raise sail.
Oh, goodness. Okay, how are we doing on tech? What do I need for this? I need an Ithilmer Smith. Shrine of Assurin. Okay. These are all just upkeep reductions. Let's go for the one for Lions. What do lizardmen think of dragons? Generally the lizardmen ascribe to the old one's opinion on dragons, so they have a cautious respect for dragons. Because the ooh, more trade. The lizardmen, the dragons were one of the few races that were capable of communing with the old ones and talking to them, and the old ones were actually quite fond of the dragons. Oh boy, we got rats incoming.
The Asur follows strength.
So Tech, how do I explain Carillian's different careers in Vermintide then? Vermintide does not give two farts about the hardcore lore. It's super duper fun, but basically the way they explained it for Carillian was that her alternate careers are her like reaching back into her ancestry, because all of the Wood Elves of course draw their ancestry from the High Elves or the Dark Elves. Because when Ulthuan was, when Athel-Loren was founded as an elven nation, the forest took from both sides, which led to some kind of funny shenanigans. What am I dealing with here? Just a lot of spears. This looks like it's mostly plague monks. Let's do this. Let's keep you guys a little further back for the moment. Archers. Southern Sea Guard. White Luians. Actually, we'll probably send them out through this gate, because there's not a lot over here. How many archers do I have left? 2? Okay, let's do this. You're going to come down here. You're going to move over. You're going to come down over here. You're gonna move up. And then you two are gonna stay back here in case people climb the walls. And then Mr. Noble is gonna be over here for when the fighting inevitably starts, and we'll keep the white lions back here. Did I know there's a mod that adds all 5 Vermintide heroes to the Red Moon and Uberstrike? Roundage, that's not a mod. That's in the base game. If you take Uberstrike with the, I think it's the Empire, but it might be available to some other factions. The Red Moon Inn is a building you can build that adds the heroes. Now, I don't believe they don't have unique models, so like the Fire Wizard is a dude instead of being a woman like it should be, but that's in the base game. It actually modifies their models, though. Oh, that's cool. I might have to check that out. All right. But the big thing with Carillion is that, like, Carillion would not actually be a Dark Elf at that point. Like, Carillion, like, what she would be essentially be turning into is not actually a Dark Elf. She would be turning into, like, a Wood Elf cosplaying as a Dark Elf because that's, like, her ancestral home. You know, it'd be like... It would basically be the equivalent of someone, like, understanding... Like, it would be like the equivalent of me. I am, like, what, 164th Cherokee Indian? They would be like me showing up to an event in, like, full Native American decked out. Because there is a very distant Native American in my bloodline. Even though it is so far removed that I cannot, in any good faith, claim to, like, have any deep significance to it.
Northern Sea Guard, acknowledged.
White Lions, Azure, attack!
It would just be kind of tasteless at that point.
For duty, defending order.
Do I ever paint miniatures? Yes. Frequently. I've not painted in a little while because I refuse to paint until I finish a certain thing. So I've been punishing myself by not allowing myself to paint. And it makes me sad, but I'm sticking to my guns on it. So hopefully I'll finish that thing that I'm working on. I get back to painting soon. At least these are archers with light armor.
Understood.
Yeah, if we could stop the plague monks, that would be super grand. Actually, why don't you guys tear up these?
Quickly now.
Nope, nope, nope.
Lakoy! We will obey.
There you go.
Archers,
Like a list. Nope, no comment.
question.
Understood. For the king. Noble.
Silver Helms. Hold back. Archers,
Without fail.
Yeah, I mean, I believe she was my great-great-grandmother. Yeah, my great-great-grandmother was a,
Noble.
so my grandfather's grandmother was an active member of the Cherokee Nation. Like, spoke the language and lived there and all that stuff. I wish I had gotten to know her, even though, you know, being a great-great-grandmother, the odds of that are so hysterically small, it's not realistic. But, it's a really cool story. I would have liked to have met her.
Kill them.
My family still has, like, some knowledge of that part of our family. Because my bloodline is a mess. Like most Americans. It's like, it's all over the place. On my mother's side, all of my ancestors are, like, European. And a lot of them are, like, royalty. Like, on my mother's side, they were really, really good about keeping track of the family line. And there's a book that's passed down in my family that draws the lineage from my mother's father's side all the way back to Charlemagne, which is a very cool book, because Charlemagne had a buttload of kids. and then on my mother's side, it gets super messy with more European stuff. But then on my father's side, it's just a total mess. My father's side splits down the middle of a bunch of poor immigrants that came over from Czechoslovakia and Native Americans. I don't know why I brought that up. I'm gonna move on now.
It will be done.
Yes.
So what you're saying is you're an elector count only in the absolute loosest, weakest, lame sense, yes. Okay, good. Okay, the Skaven are pretty much lost. We're just cleaning up now.
Archers.
It shall be done.
Alright, archers, let's move over to the main part of the citadel.
Advance.
It will be done.
Acknowledge.
If y'all actually want to see one of my models, if you go to my Twitter account and, like, my business Twitter account, the Lore Master of Sotek one, you kind of, like, scroll down, you'll find my black coach that I painted fairly recently. Because I have an Age of Sigmar black coach, which the Age of Sigmar black coach is about 1 billion times more badass than the Warhammer Fantasy one. Yeah, get out of here, you rats. Alright, cleanup time. Can I speak any of the Warhammer languages? I cannot speak any of them off the top of my head. Can I write them? No, but I do have... I'll put it this way. I've gotten good enough at reading enough dwarf lore and lizardman lore that if you were to take Caledor or Saurian, which is the lizardman stuff, and slap it in front of me, I could probably vaguely figure out what it says. And when I say Caledor, I mean the actual written rune system, not Caledor, which you could also translate it to English, and that would actually make it a lot easier. Because Caledor is super messy. Because the actual rune system... Caledor Games Workshop actually had somebody in their office back then who was like loved it enough that he actually developed the full grammatical rules for it and everything, stealing very, very much from Tolkien, but still, it's very cool. Saurian is just a mess. But if y'all actually want to see something, probably one of the nerdiest videos I ever did, one of the nerdiest videos I ever did is if you go back to like the earliest days in my channel, I did a video before Warhammer 1 came out about when, you know, the dwarf reveal trailer, like the first trailer for the announcing with Thorgrim looking at like the Great Book of Grudges and all that stuff. I did a video where I actually paused the trailer frame by frame on his book to look at all of the runes, all of the Caledor written, or Klinkelrune. Technically the dwarven written language is called Klinkelrune. But I translated all of it to English and tried to figure out what it said because I was looking for any hints on what it was like about. And it turns out most of it was written about like random Skaven shit. That unfortunately did not have any bearing to the actual Game 1 release schedule. I thought there was going to be like some super cool hint if you read it all. But nope. They did not do that. Any books I can recommend to learn the language? Yes. If you want to learn Caledor, they actually have a full book on it. Easiest way to learn Caledor is there's a book you can purchase from the Black Library called... I can't remember if it's currently called Dwarfs or if it's called Masters of Stone and Steel. I think it's called Dwarfs now. It used to be called Masters of Stone and Steel.
Into the fires of Vol's anvil, wretch.
Damn, Imrik! That's not what you're supposed to do with that. He's like, Slawn, I'm gonna throw you into the fires of Mount Doom. That's what they should have done in Lord of the Rings. They should have just pushed Sauron into it. Forget the ring. Throw the man himself in there. Alright, let's get hard to hit. And Flaming Sword of Ruin. I am going to catch this Black Ark, damn it. In fact, I'm going to hire a new lord just to catch it. Okay, you're not new. You're from when I had control of Ulthuan. So you're going to come out here and help me catch this thing. Oh my god, it's 8 grand for that? Oh, it's totally worth it, though. It'll be worth it.
Our defenses will hold.
Alright. There's that rebellion dealt with. Give me an Elven Forge. Yes. Who leveled up? Oh, you did. More bonded service, please. Get Nakai and Grimlock riding on top of a Dread Saurian. Listen, guys, listen. If we're gonna go all out with a Dread Saurian, my very humble proposal is that we make a Dread Saurian that has missile launchers, that have Kroxigors, or multiple versions of Nakai stuffed into them, that shoots Nakais out as projectile weapons, and on the inside the mouth of the Dread Saurian should be Grimlock with
Retreat.
with Krokar on top. I think that's a very reasonable proposal. Also, Krokar should have Hand of the Gods on perma going, so that whenever the Dread Saurian opens its mouth, not only can Krokar stab you, but he shoots a never-ending tide of Shim's burning gazes. That seems reasonable. Yes, of course, with an Engine of the Gods set up on the back. With Ten and Juan permanently casting the Engine of the Gods giant laser beam. That seems very fair.
Caledor wakes.
Alright, it's time for this Black Ark to go bye-bye.
I serve the king.
And skadoosh.
Back. Restrain them. Sailing on. Can I offer assistance?
Yes, your assistance is no longer required right now. Thank you, though. Unsentimental. Wow, that's actually really good. So he's just, like, really good at stealing money. I love it. Oh, Militia Master. Okay. Thanks, goodbye. Oh, wait. Just wanted to show you guys. See? Griffin mount. Yay! Rank 14. That's actually very fast to get a monstrous mount. Good for you. Get out of here. Get out of here, you scamp.
Glory awaits.
Alright, you are heading back. So head to the Shattered Cove. Let's upgrade nothing. I want to get the Dragon Fang mount fully upgraded.
What news?
Hey Sotek, do you know if any Ever-Chosen tourneys in London are coming up? I don't know. I know that we were supposed to do an Ever-Chosen, like in April or May, but coronavirus happened. I'm lazy. Did you do a Naga of Koresh video at some point? Not yet. Eventually, one day, I will talk about the Snakemen of Koresh, but I have not done it yet. Is the dragon on the water? Yes, because I am in the water. Don't worry, we'll go say hi to him. Do I think Ten and Juan will ever get an Arcanodon mount? No. No. The Arcanodon is never coming back, I'm pretty sure.
I await your command.
The Arcanodon was literally a, like, hey, look at this cool monster that we did not make a model for. And then Games Workshop was like, oh wow, people really like that Engine of the Gods, huh? I guess we should, like, actually make a model for it. Alright, let's go battle Shakalot the Calamity. This one, I think this one is actually the easiest one. Like, you can fight this one pretty early on with Imrik. As long as you have like just because it's a very silly army. Wallach von Drac is very easy to beat up on because he's got just trash tier infantry. Are the Nagas just beastmen? No. The Snakemen of Koresh are like a civilization. What is an Arcanodon? Oh, jeez. An Arcanodon was the original version of the Engine of the Gods mount, and it's kind of like a... Imagine a Brachiosaurus, but if it had teeth and was also incredibly stupid. That's basically what it is.
Dragon princes.
You know what? I'm not even gonna bother.
Without fail.
I'm gonna send these guys over here to deal with the flying army that's gonna pop out.
Is yours.
Because I've done this too many times and I know where they come from. Dragon princes, we're just gonna go curb stomp all the undead boys.
Ah, sir.
Prince Imrik.
This franchise has Naga? Yes. They are... we've never seen them, so I don't know what their visual design would be like. From the way they're described, the Snakemen of Koresh seem like they're more like the Japanese version, where they are like... They're not like completely lizard-looking. They're like some kind of weird chaosy hybrid, because we know they're a chaos-worshipping race. But then again, they're also a primordial race, so maybe they would have... I don't know. I don't know. Like, that would... You could interpret them in many different ways, to be totally honest.
Will claim it. The Knights of Caledor.
I have so many abilities. Look at this thing. Look at all these abilities.
Yes.
It's like my dog attacking a squirrel. I wish they reworked the Arc of Sotex. They're so bad. Well, they're just like they are in Tabletop then. I actually think the Arc of Sotex are pretty good, but only in really specific circumstances. Like, if you're battling a lot of low-tier infantry, they can really bring home the bacon.
For duty.
Prince Imrik.
The flying contingent should be here any second. Completely forgot to ask, but what are Imrik's campaign objectives? I'll show you after this battle.
In Baal's name.
Ah, here he comes. There's Shakalot.
Behold the majestic.
Dragon Princes. Let's go take out the monster army. Imrik, go fight Shakalot.
Ascend.
We are not facing the right direction. Ooh, pivot! Pivot!
I go then. Ready.
Open fire! Chugga, 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 chugga. More fire damage.
Sight on.
And... they're kind of... lock them in place.
Men Louis, Orion, Men Louis.
Alright, Imrik is dueling Shakalot. I'll just kind of throw some buffs around. Dragon Princes, kill the Medusae. Gwendolyn, you got all the fire damage. You take out the Hydra. And Browir, you take out the other Medusa.
Out one mage.
Okay, let's check back in on Imrik.
Phoenix Sun.
Summon down fire. Blow the horn. See, he actually blows it. Dragon Lance. Watch this. Everything off cooldown. Because my armor is OP as hell. Oh, he's getting upset.
Might of the volcano.
Let's go get those manticores. Am I looking forward to the new DLC? Yes, it's very fun. I'm enjoying it immensely. Is he unbreakable? Yes, he is. Okay, so I actually do have to fight him. You two, get your asses over here.
Prince Imrik.
the Forge God!
Come on, Dragon Squad. Get out of the way!
A superior but
Ooh!
master of battle!
Everybody open fire! He's got 300 health left. Ah, boom!
My lord,
Beautiful.
their plans are thwarted. Victory!
I don't know about you, but I'm dying to get the Skink Oracles as a new Lord type. I would enjoy having the Skink Oracles. I wouldn't say I'm dying to get them, but they'll be decent Lords. Because I am almost assured we're probably gonna get them. Do I think Beastmen versus Wood Elves DLC is likely? I don't know about likely because of the whole DLC for DLC controversy, but I hope it's likely. Caven, Caven, this DLC comes out publicly in 6 days. So less than a week. Alright, we defeated Shakalot, so we got the Blackened Staff, which is super duper good. And we got the Breath of the Black Dragon. So now Imrik is immune to psychology and has +1 use on his breath weapons.
Strategy beyond compare.
And now we're going to go check out whoever this is. Who is this? Oh, Ymrath the Eternal. Yes! Ymrath the Eternal is the strongest of the super dragons.
I find glory wherever I fight.
So I am very excited to pick him up. Bowmaster. Daniel Martin, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Something that's been picking my brain. What is the ancient city that Morothy starts in that's so dangerous and mysterious? And do the secrets have any fruition in the stories of lore? So the ancient city of Quintex, which is where Morothy starts in the in her campaign, is a location that is noted on, I believe, the Dark Elf map. And hold on a hot second. Let's see. There's my Dark Elf book. Let me take a quick gander here. We'll look at the map. Because I remember when they revealed it, I was like, where the hell is that place? But let me see if they actually have a note on it. Let's see. Ancient City of Quintex. There it is. Okay, it's noted as ruins. Let me see if I can find an actual note on it real quick. Sadly not. Yeah, I don't think we know anything really about it. The only thing that I can say about the ancient city of Quintex for vague certain is that it almost assuredly belonged to one of the primordial races. That it was there way before the Dark Elves were. And being where it's located, it likely belonged to one of the primordial races that either worshipped chaos or was not... The old ones were not okay with them existing, and so they were completely wiped out. Either during the purge the Lizardmen did of most of the planet, or
I was born to commune with dragons, not lesser beings.
at some point during the Chaos invasions. And that probably led to them going extinct, but if they were Chaos Aligned, they probably had a lot of really nasty, dirty secrets buried deep down. Clan, nah. Yeah, sure, I guess we'll go to war with them. What happened to Hashit in Age of Sigmar? Hashit, if memory serves, Hashit's still around. Yeah, Hashit still exists in Age of Sigmar. We have not gotten any, like, a hardcore confirmation on him, but yeah, he's still around. Alright, this is the last of the unique dragons. Your perplexed scouts inform you that a strange-looking creature has been spotted, skittishly hiding in some nearby undergrowth. After going to investigate, you encounter a lizard-like creature of Lustria you recognize as a skink. Stranger still is the fact that the creature speaks your language. The skink tells you that it is the herald of Ymrath, a legendary star dragon of Lustria that is known to be in alliance with the lizardmen and beasts who live in its territory. Such a powerful dragon is worth reaching out to, but what message would I give him? Challenge him!
I will prove my royal blood.
Alright, this is the biggest, baddest one.
You may look upon me.
Deal with this rebellion.
Rage.
Who were closer, Grom and Niblet or Skarsnik and the original Snotling? Well, I don't... Grom the Paunch, I would say, did not really care that much about Niblet. It's more that he thinks Niblet is just unnaturally lucky because he sat on Niblet once and was quite frankly amazed that it didn't kill him. So... yeah. I would not say that Grom gives two damns about Niblet. It's more of just that he genuinely believes that Niblet was like blessed enough by Gork and Mork that he thinks he's suitable as a battle standard bearer. I mean, I think Grom is fond of him, but I don't think Grom would be like super upset if something were to happen to him. And, like, if Niblet said something rude enough, I have no doubt that Grom would kill him. Should Wood Elves get Zotes? Yes, I would love for Wood Elves to have
They
Zotes.
will know Caledor's name.
Alright. So, Kiori the Dread Saurian and Ymrath the Eternal. Let's fight him.
I always do.
Did Grom have any other encounters with any of the other Greenskin Lords? No, because Grom was dealt with a long time before most of them were around. Well, not necessarily around, but his whole, like, big invasion stuff happened before they became super important. Okay.
Loyal.
Archers!
They've got a lot of feral dinos, so it's our job to make sure those feral dinos do not make it to our front line.
Dragon Prince.
Let's send you three over this way. You know, we'll let Ymrath actually get a little closer. That way I'm not fighting him completely by myself. Ooh, he is hustling. Yeah, he's got Primal Rage, which is actually very scary.
Prince Imrik. The glory of Imrik.
Alright, his Dread Saurian buddy's on the way, so let's open fire. Oof.
Behold, the majestic.
Go get him, boss. Good lord. Look at all the arrows. Okay, you focus the pterodons. Let's send our other dragons in. Use this on Imrik. Sound the dragon horn. Bring down fire on top of Ymrath. Oh, good lord, here they all come. Dragon Princes, engage the Carnosaur! Down goes Yimrath.
Might of the volcano.
Let's get rid of all these salamanders.
Dragon princes.
Winds of magic rise! Lakoi Soraya!
Alright, Archer should be able to clean up the rest of this. I know Lustria has a Savage Orc problem, but have there ever been a notable Wa? Yes, there was a really, really nasty Wa that invaded, like, notably invaded Lustria to the point that it took Krokkar, I want to say it took Krokkar about 100 years to bring the Wa to an end. And the way he did it is Krokkar went down and hunted all 6 of the major war bosses in charge of it and killed them all in, like, duels. That was the only way he was able to break the might of the Wa. It was a really scary Wa. I love that the death animation was just like slapping Imrik around like he wasn't even there. Because its mass is just so much bigger. Good job. Dread Arrow Catcher? Eh. Sotek, I'm aware of him. I am well aware of him. Oh, we got the Shooting Star! The Shooting Star. 20% ward save, 15 bonus versus magic, and Chain Lightning Bound Spell enchanted item for Imrik. And Celestial Strength. 10% extra hit points, passive regeneration. Ooh. So now we can replace the Emerald Collar with the Sun Shard. Oh no, I can't. I have too many active abilities. Talisman of Endurance. Wait, don't I have the Talisman of Preservation? Yeah, give me that. Will Warhammer RPG be returning? Like the video series on this channel? No. I'm afraid not. It did really poorly. As much as fun as it was, and as much as I know the people who watched it really enjoyed it, it just didn't have an audience. I'm sad to say.
Direct me.
Do I think Lustria will ever get an Orc Legendary Lord? Probably not. Well, maybe. The only Orc I could see being in charge of Lustria would be like, I would have loved to see Wurzak there, even though that would have been made absolutely no sense. But the best one I could think of would be if they brought back Gorbad Ironclaw. But honestly, Gorbad would be in Game 3, and I would much rather Gorbad be in charge of the Darklands than Lustrious. No, I don't think there will be an Orc Legendary Lord there. As cool as that would be.
It was never in doubt.
Was that a random drop or a special crafted item? That's the item you get for defeating Yimrath. What are the Zotes like in fantasy? Zotes are basically... how do I describe them? Zotes kind of look like if you took a Centaur... No, sorry. They look like a Dragon Ogre if instead of the upper body of an Ogre, the entire thing was a Lizard Man. And they were green. But they are a very, very ancient race that lived on the Warhammer world like before the coming of the old ones, if I recall correctly. And they are actually vaguely friends with the Slaawn, to the extent that they were, but they were, I'm not 100% sure if they were created by the old ones or if the old ones brought them on to help with a project. But what happened with the Zotes essentially was that when the old ones planted Athel Loren, the race that tended to the forest while it was in its infancy, so the race that was responsible for watching over it and making sure nothing bad happened to it, was the Zotes. So the Zotes lived in the magical forests of the world, and then some. And they basically watched over all of those realms for millennia until they were able to kind of blossom into their own thing. Most notably, Athel Loren. And the only thing we know for sure about the Zotes is that the Zotes are considered the most... Zotes are really considered like the best casters of... the best casters of the Lore of Life. Like, nobody is using the Lore of Life like them. Is that Malekith? Son of a bitch.
I refuse.
Great, the Witch King is here. My favorite. Alright, so we need to hurry up and wrap up this area so I can go punch Malekith in the stupid face. Oh, let's get rid of Gondolier and replace him with Ymrath. Yes. Ymrath the Eternal. And then in my other lady's army, I'm going to give her... Which one do you have right now? You have Lemuro. So I'll give you Shakalot and Gordonar. All the dragons. And then over here, let's get rid of a Dragon Prince unit and replace them with the Fireborn. Pew pew! Eric Rhineacre, thanks so much for coming by, man. Appreciate the tip. Zotes are in game as a support item for the Lizardmen. Yeah, but if they were ever made into models, I would love them as a hero for the Wood Elves. Are there forests on Ulthuan? Yes. That is what Avalorn is. That's like the entirety of Avalorn, is like a big old forest. Which is where the Everqueen rules from. Well, it's her preferred court, even though she moves around a lot. Zote should be their own army? No, not in fantasy. They're a singular species, and they're very rare. They're individuals. How did that cheeky lad get across the planet? He confederated with Malus, and somehow Malus must have taken over territory here. Misty Mountain. That's where Malekith came from, and it looks like he's beelining right for us. So I guess we're gonna go fight Malekith. Because he's being a rude boy. Glad I saw him. Waystone Network. Fortress of Vorag is max level. No, we'll put the dragon building there, I guess. He's coming for my islands, and I do not want him to have my islands. Krokgar, are you at war with him? No, of course not. That would be way too convenient, wouldn't it? Let's make Krokgar angry at Nagaroth. Nagarond. Omnidroid, thanks for the tips, my dude. Do you think now that Games Workshop is doing Kislev in service in the old world improves the chances on Kislev in Total War Warhammer? Omnidroid, I'll one-up you there. I think because Games Workshop is putting in solid investment on Kislev, it guarantees Kislev in Game 3. I think it's guaranteed. So why is the dragon counter still up in the top center? Oh, good question, Mark Beans. So, once you've collected all 5 of the special dragons, you'll still get dragon encounters, but they'll just be generic dragons. And you can basically fight them, or you can still, like, get influence from them, or temporary buffs, or you can fight them. But the only thing they do is they give you, the only thing they do now, 20 turns. Who do I like the most between Fimir, Zotes, and Dragon Ogres? I think Dragon Ogres have the best lore, My personal favorite of those 3 races, though, would probably be the Famir. I love the Famir. For Norska, I genuinely pray that we get a Norskin Legendary Lord we get a Famir Matriarch. I want a Famir Noble as a Lord, a generic Lord, and then I want the Famir Matriarch as the Legendary Lord. Excuse me.
Standing by.
Whoops, forgot to move that guy. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I was sending him to Misty Mountains so I could figure out how widespread all this Nagaroth garbage is. Do I have all of the legendary dragon traits? I do. I will show them to you in a moment.
Our traditions give me strength.
Dragon Rider. Summary execution.
Come here, you doofus. Look how bad his army is. Come back.
A land too distant. Onward for Caledor.
I await your command.
Kill that dude.
I will dispatch them.
Azhag, you want Azhag to have undead units. The only way I think Azhag should have access to undead would be if he takes Nagashazar. Which, I will tell you guys, I did learn, fun fact, that Azhag does have a unique building, like completely unique, if you take Nagashazar. And apparently, I haven't gotten footage of it because I was talking to somebody else about it. But apparently the description for it is literally something along the lines of it's Azhag in quotes. And he says something like, "Alright, you stupid hat, we're here, now what?" Which is pretty great. Oh shoot, I was gonna show you the traits. Don't worry, I won't forget. I'll remember it here in a second. Wow, we're strength rank 5. We're doing good. Skaven are not bad anymore. In this patch, Skaven are like can become a world empire if you're not being careful. Especially Clan Eshin. Clan Eshin is like terrifying. I think Malekith is only doing local recruitment. Which is why he has such a terrible army. No, that's Nagaron's last settlement. Yeah, this is literally Malekith's last settlement. That's why his army is so crap. It's his only remaining settlement. Okay. Okay, well then I'm not even gonna bother. That's so sad. Good lord, what happened to him? I guess the High Elves beat him or something. Well, no. If the High Elves had beaten him, I would be able to see this territory. Who owns this? I don't think it's Morathi, because... No, it's not Morathi. Morathi's territory ends here.
Yes.
Right? Because she's got, like, 1, 2... No, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's all of Morathi's territory. Who owns Nagarond right now? Weird.
The Warden of Tor Ivres.
It doesn't... I don't think it's Tor Yvres. I guess we'll find out at some point.
May we both serve
Weird. Very weird.
Glory awaits. This is my destiny.
Rictus? Maybe.
Madness will
Could be Tretch. Yeah. Let's see. Lizard King. Come on, dude. Throw me a bone here. I need military access.
Heat cannot stay my ferocity.
Maybe it's Nagaroth?
As hot as dragon's fire.
What the heck? Nagaroth is not led by Lithanar. That's weird. Gonna screenshot that, because that's probably a bug. Dragons. Any other things I need to get? Ooh, no, that's not gonna... I want that level 5 for do anything else. So I would like Phoenix Guard. Oh, somebody probably confederated a Lithanar, and then it's a rebellion faction. Ah, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I think that's honestly the biggest reason they need to add in more of Nagaroth. Like, they need to expand the map west. Is that, like, Nagaroth has so little territory that, like, it seems to... that AI seems to really struggle taking over without just getting its ass kicked every single time. Okay, what do we got here? Upholders of Order. Ooh, that's actually really good. Let's go blow up his last settlement. That'll force Malekith to engage us whether he likes it or not. He's probably going to go attack my islands, but that's fine. My goal is just to try and isolate him. Force him to make a mistake. Let's do that. Where is... okay, let's tell our mage over here. We're going to tell her to just stand around in the Leleit's Blessing stance. That way she hopefully has a good chance to get the trait from that. I should have been doing that the entire time. I don't feel like chasing Malekith around, so we're going to go blow up his last base before we go crazy. Ah, the dragon traits! Damn it! Okay. Dragon traits. Dragon traits. Dragon traits. Dragon traits. Dragon traits. Dragon traits.
You are privileged indeed.
Oh, Harganeth is still alive. Maybe it's Harganeth. Dragon traits. Dragon traits and campaign objectives. Dragon traits and campaign objectives. Okay, campaign objectives. Short campaign victory. Complete 3 chapters. Control the Western Badlands. Really? The Western Badlands. Good grief. So control the Western Badlands. Feel like that's supposed to be the Eastern Badlands, which is this. Or, this. Why do I have to control the Western Badlands? Whatever. Control the Western Badlands, all of the Darklands that's available, and Caledor. Destroy all of the Darkland starting factions of Esh and Haggrafe, and then destroy Grimgore. Construct 3 of the super buildings, and have 5 of the super creatures. Long campaign victory is control all of Ulthuan and all the Darklands. Wipe out all these guys in addition to Clan Moors. Build more of these. And have more of these units. And then control 18 provinces through vassals, military alliance, or yourself. And then own all these capitals. Own a... what? Oh, any 5 of these capitals. Wow, that's super easy, actually.
The winds.
Maybe it's Harganeth? Do you control this? Yes, it's Harganeth. Okay, so Harganeth is the big bad dark elf. Yeah, she has 13 settlements. Wow, she must have just kicked Malekith's ass. It's actually really funny. Old lady whooped his butt.
Bring them death. Valiant destruction.
Failure? You had a 3% chance of failure. Genius. Dragon traits. I didn't forget. I did forget, but I just remembered.
A frail perversion.
Alright, the dragon traits are Nature's Blessing, 18 armor, 12 melee defense. Shining Light, 14% speed and perfect vigor. Essence of the Eclipse, 12 melee attack, 20% weapon strength. Breath of the Black Dragon, immune to psychology and +1 uses of breath attacks. And Celestial Strength, 10% hit points and regen. Also, look at my godly stat line. Look how beautiful this thing is. What's my ward save right now? 47% ward save. 35% missile resistance. 80% fire resistance and 65% magic resistance. God dang.
Magic.
Alright. Malekith is almost assuredly going to take one of our islands, but we'll just deal with it.
Relish this chance to look upon your better.
Yay! We've got Khalida as a friend. Now if we could just get Krokgar to stop being an asshole and friend up with us, and we'd have a pretty decent alliance going here in the east. Good God, it's 11 p.m. Okay. Okay. Good grief.
The Star Lance strikes. Withdraw.
Oh, hey, Malus.
As it was meant to be.
Bye, Malus. Do I want to take the mountains? I guess I do, but not yet.
Remove this distinct paste would be improved. Greatest of the dragon princes.
Oh, level 12. Yay. Guardian and Entangle. Nah, I want you to be all about buffing. So let's do Lieutenant of the Everqueen. We might betray Khalida at some point later on so I can get these gems, but we'll see what happens. Dude, give me the military access. What do you want, you useless reptile? Oh, you're such a jerk. Last offenders. Improve relations. Tame the younger ones.
Order must be maintained.
Oh, shoot. He's going for Dragon Fang. Crap.
Our traditions make us strong.
Ready. For honor.
Looks like this is mostly owned by Clan Moors. Oh, shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot.
Master of high magic. Archmage.
Who is more haughty, Imrik or the average Tomb King? Probably Imrik, but not by much. What do I think of the influence rework? It's more reasonable. They made influence harder to spam, which I think is fair. Does Azhag's unique building in Nagashazar do anything? Yeah. The building for Azhag and Nagashazar does stuff like it makes all of his armies immune to... It makes all of his armies and his faction immune to vampiric attrition, and it does some other shenanigans. I haven't seen it. That's what kind of makes it hard for me to remember. I know it's supposed to be good, but unfortunately I have not seen it personally. Hopefully I can change that in the very near future. Alright, let's chase after Malekith. It looks like Belagar's doing well for himself. Who's in control of Carrick 8 Peaks? Oh, we don't know yet. Yeah, Belagar. Goodness, Belagar is doing work. But the dwarves do seem to like us, so we... Oh, no, they don't. Never mind. They like Belagar. They don't like me. That's funny. Yeah, he's definitely going to take Dragonfang Mount next turn. What a rude boy. It's so annoying when people sail across this stupid little ocean.
Elven then, Archmage.
Wait, what influence rework? They changed the way that you generate influence to make it so that it's harder to just spam it and like completely overwhelm the system. They made it a little more difficult. Aztec campaign in the future? Oh, for sure. I really like Aztec's new campaign. Was it added this patch? It was added in this patch, yes. Y'all will see it when they release the patch notes publicly. I've only seen a snippet of the patch notes, but that was like the one thing they talked about was the influence changes. Leave it to Malekith to travel all the way across the freaking world just to be a pain in my butt. Does Grom have a special landmark building at Misty Mountain? No. But there is a new building for all greenskins at Grom Peak, which if you take Grom Peak, which is over here. Grom Peak is right here. Yeah, Grom Peak. If you take Grom Peak, you can build the statue of Grom, which is literally just a big FU building to the dwarves. But if I remember right, it gives some pretty nice bonuses to greenskin players. Because it used to be like the greatest statue of Grugni, I think, and then Grom sacked it during his war, and he had it refashioned by smashing it to look more like him. Was Azai's unique building added just now? I don't know. Odd one out. I have no idea. I'd have to check both builds. Could gnomes be added as a unit in Total War? I guess. I don't know where they would go. Because traditionally they actually used to sign up with the dwarves back in 5th edition, but their modern lore, they're much more akin to be working alongside the Empire. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I could make all my buildings cheaper. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. She still has not got that trait yet. Come on, lady. Alright. Probably the best thing to do will be to cut him off at Dreadrock.
I disembark. Noble son of
Smash it to ruins.
What's the difference between halflings and gnomes? They are not very similar, actually. Gnomes are crazy chaos resistant and halflings are crazy chaos resistant. They have no aptitude for magic, and they're squat little fat dudes that very, 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 very rarely produce anything remotely close to a functional fighter. Whereas gnomes are a terrifying race that have a very innate sense of magic, and they are some of the most specialized casters of shadow magic, and they are also notoriously mean little dudes, though they're not over-the-top cruel, and it is actually possible for them to cast and utilize chaos magic, though obviously it can backfire on them. Also, gnomes can grow facial hair and halflings cannot. There you go.
the last.
Alright, come here, Malekith. Let me kick your ass real quick. Is the Mount Arachnos building new? Yes, it's new. It lets you recruit spider hatchlings as greenskins. Is Grom Peak named after Grom the Paunch? Yes. Because it looks like him. Do I like the unit size for War Lions? Yes, though I do wish they had more armor.
Forbidden.
Wait, there's Malus. Where... I know he went south, but...
As you were. Sail forth.
Here, I'll just take the fight to... Okay, there he is. Quit running from me. Come here, you jerk. Wait. I think I'd rather try and finish this up. Oh, God, I want recruitable Phoenix Guard, please. Please.
Son of the Phoenix. Carried by waves.
I don't know if my hero can afford to steal influence.
What do you require? Destruction.
Nope, I can. Looks like the Greenskins and the Skaven are fighting, so that's nice.
I will rouse Caledor's dragons.
How is Malus back? Malus confederated with Malekith before I could kill him. Who do I think would win in a three-way duel between Khorne, Grimnir, and Kane? Probably Khorne. Besides halflings who would smoke a lot of weed in Warhammer Fantasy, dwarves probably do it in tasteful amounts, and humans definitely do. Do I watch anime? Yes, not as much as I wish I did. I said that weird. Yes, I do. I wish I had time to watch more. There, that's what I was trying to say. Alright, everyone say goodbye to the Dark Elves. It's like that scene from, it's like that scene from, Django Unchained. It's like, say goodbye to Mrs. What's-Her-Face, and just, pow! Where's Malekith? I want to kill Malekith, primarily. Oh, everybody leveled up. Bowmaster. Piercing bolts.
Weakling.
Oh, wait, no, I screwed up.
I am their doom. These fools.
Oh, wait, no, I caught him. Okay.
They cannot remain a threat. They'll strike. The dragon shall wake.
Frenzy. Ooh, that's nice. Thanks, Malekith. Wait, no. Yes, we're saving up to finish Flayed Rock. I want to finish Flayed Rock. Tired of incomplete settlements. Miss Candy. Thank you. Alright, I need Master Strategist. And then we want Elven Ranger. And you're gonna get Flamestorm. And now they have no more settlements, so it should be relatively easy to finish them off. Commandment.
You must
Wait.
restore order.
Yes, minus 10% campaign movement for enemies. Now we're talking.
What have I done to deserve
Who would win, Gotrek Garnison or Skulltaker? I'm pretty sure. I feel fairly confident that. Oh, look at that! Noctilus is actually hurting Yivris. I feel fairly confident that Gotrek would beat Skulltaker. Like, it would be a fight, but I think Gotrek would come out on top. No more Dark Elves. Well, no more Nagarond. No more Dark Elves in the East. The Dark Elves in the East are wiped out. And Malekith is dead. How far have I gotten into this campaign? Pretty far. I will show you in just a moment. Kamal Jones, I will have to answer that question next time. Oh, we got a new dragon. But I'll show you, it's just a generic one now. See? Now it's just a star dragon. If I can make it here, let me show you what it does now. That is just a generic dragon. Because we got all the super dragons. So now that we have all the super dragons, we can get the basic ones.
Caledor's champion.
So if you go over here, the basic dragon,
I shall not tempt.
the basic dragon, you can challenge him, and if you challenge him, you just get all of his rewards. But you can either get a little bit of influence from him, you can get a faction-wide temporary buff, or you can fight him, and you'll get like both.
tame the untamable.
So like, yeah, see, you challenge him, and it's just a regular high elf army, but the Star Dragon's over here, and then you just fight them. But it's free experience essentially.
Prince of Caledor.
And since you defeated them, they give you an item. So we got the brass horn, which is fucking amazing. Oh my god. It gives you standard die with a low cooldown and bonus leadership size. Okay. Wow, that's cool. So you get super powerful magic items, and you get a faction-wide buff for a little bit. Awesome.
Greatest of the dragon princes.
Can I give that to a hero? Because if I can give that to my lady here, that's gonna be like super good. Let's find out. Brass horn. Yeah, dude, I get standard die on a hero. Awesome. Well, if that's not sexy, I don't know what is, chat. You should be wearing this, because that's cool. That actually makes her an actual dragon mage, because she's got like the bound spell, the Flaming Sword of Ruin. For those of you that are familiar with it from tabletop. Oh, and the Blackwood staff or blackened staff. Oh, this character is getting pretty sexy. Why don't you put on that so you give my entire army physical resistance? Yep, that'll work. Man, I can't wait till we get that Sun Dragon on our mage.
Loyalty is all.
10 grand. Oh god, I need so much stuff over here still. What do I want? Could go for higher research rate with a mage tower. This will give us more finances to mess around with. That'll give us more more research. Let's upgrade Dragon Fang Mount so that we can get back to this being full power. And then I want you to focus on money. No. I want to build this here. Yeah, because that gives us money for all the ports. If we build this in every single one of these settlements, it's going to get nuts.
All Caledor rejoices.
All right, guys. Nagarond is dead. The Witch King and Malus are no more. We've made some excellent progress. We're at turn 90. We control all but one of the provinces in the Darklands, the Dragon Isles. We've wiped out Clan Eshin and the Dark Elves. We've made very good friends with Krokgar and Khalida, though we might backstab Khalida at some point. And looks like our next big opponents are going to be Grimgor's Ardboys and Clan Moors. And it looks like Grimgor's Ardboys are pretty powerful. So that's going to be a contest in and of itself. So we might end up signing up with the dwarves as our allies. Though I do need to kill him to take the Wolflands, so I don't know. We'll play that by ear. But that's going to be next time. I want to thank you all so much for joining me. This has been a lot of fun, but my voice, I can tell, is like really struggling right now. And we have been streaming for hours. I don't even want to know. How long have we been going? We've been streaming for 4 hours. At least. Maybe longer. 5 hours? 4 hours? I don't even know at this point. So, thanks again so much for joining me. I gotta stop so I can get some more water and rest, and hopefully maybe potentially look into recording something, but no promises. And yeah, we will definitely come back to this one. I think we'll come back and try and finish Imrik tomorrow, and then if we could finish Imrik tomorrow, then we'll do like the big vote. Well, I'll put up the vote tonight, but I'm not gonna we're not gonna do the big vote campaign until later. And I think the vote campaign will be between like all the green-skinned characters and Eltharion. So, goodness. Whew. Ugh. Tired. Thanks for watching, folks. This has been fun. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. We did get to kick a lot of ass, and it was a great time. And yeah, I don't really have anything else crazy to say. Oh, hey, Legend of Total War is here. Well, thanks for watching, dude. Dude, Legend, I can't wait to see what you're gonna do with like a full tier. I need to see Legend of Total War's take on like a full decked out God tier Imrik build. But we'll have to see what he does with that. Alright guys, thanks again so much for watching. Special thanks to everyone who subscribed or followed and is new in these parts today. And also, thank you very much to everyone who was generous enough to throw something in the tip jar. I really do appreciate it. The new unique building for Azhag in Nagashazar is new to the patch. Oh, very cool. I'll try and get some footage of it then. Yeah, anyway, man, I'm pooped, dudes. So, I will catch you guys later. Lots of new stuff to be hitting the channel this week. We should be returning to a much more normal release schedule later this week, because the stuff with the DLC is going to kind of start to die down as we get closer to release. Because once we're out of release, I might even take a day off or two. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. But I do hope to get back to regular releases with the Ogre Kingdoms Q&A and the Heroes of Legend DLC proposal. So keep an eye out for that. And then we'll be having some other stuff coming out in the near future. So anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I'll catch you guys later. I'm going to go gargle some salt water, and then I'm going to go to bed. So, yeah. See you tomorrow, guys. We'll be back for Imrik tomorrow. So, see you then. Bye. He says, I'm always really bad about not having up my buttons to quit. There we go.